go.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hi, everybody. It's Thursday, June the 2nd. I'm a month behind. Must be all the chemtrails. Anyway, it's beautiful here in California, except for the chemtrails. And we've got a full house tonight. We've got Robert Fox is going to be our first guest speaker. And then Constitution Man said he'd be coming on the second hour. But so far I don't see Robert Fox. I hope he's not having a problem getting in. But we have Dave on. Dave was just filling us in on, what he's been doing and using Jesse's process to go after the debt collectors. Why don't you go ahead and tell us again, Dave, what's going on?
Well, I was just mentioning that I went up to the federal court up here in Plano, just north of me yesterday, where I'm going to have to file my cases. And I took copies of the civil cover sheet and the summons and a copy of the informa pauperis application. Actually, it's a motion where you can, if you're in the poorhouse, like I am, you can file in the federal courts without paying the $350 fee. I took that up and a copy of the lawsuit that I've drafted to go after them for the credit pulls, the unauthorized credit pulls. And I had the clerk look over them. I wanted to see if I was doing things right, if things were in the proper form. I thought they were. But this way I knew where I was going. And she looked at everything and commented that it looked great and that the lawsuit that I wrote looks better than some of the stuff that attorneys bring in there, which evidently they must be pretty sloppy because, mine's no real great work of art. It's just a decent 4-page federal lawsuit. But the bottom line is I went up, I got familiar with it, and for anybody listening out there that's working with Jesse's process, this stuff is not that difficult. If you're going to do anything, go to the website, your federal court website for the area that you're going to be filing in. They've got local rules. Whatever you do, get those local rules and print them out because they tell you the specifics of what you've got to do in your local area there. I did that. She was very impressed that I had looked at all of this stuff before I showed up there. She answered all my questions. She was very, very friendly and helpful and told me we're here from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. Call us anytime. I had actually called her about a week or 10 days ago, and she was very friendly and helpful at that time. She was very friendly and helpful yesterday when I made a physical visit. Interestingly enough, I told her basically what I was going to be doing with the lawsuits, and her comment to that was, wow, that's great. And then on my way out, I talked to the two marshals that were out there running security, and I had a little conversation with them and explained to them what I'm going to be doing with these lawsuits and what we're trying to achieve going after them. Both of those gentlemen told me, well, it's about time somebody starts doing something about this stuff. This was the federal marshals up there. So these people at the courts are waiting for us to step up and do things. It was very, very encouraging to be up there. And if any of you are thinking about that, and I know some people might be intimidated, like, well, I don't want to go up there and look like an idiot and a fool. If you go up there and tell them what you're trying to do, if you've got questions, they'll answer them. They won't give you legal advice. Don't ask for that. But as far as procedure goes and what you need to do, they are very, very helpful. And Dana found the same stuff with the federal court out in Ohio when he's been dealing with them in the past also. He's on a very friendly basis with the marshals and the clerk of the court out there. So,
well, that's it. You want to be friendly. You want to be nice. You want to use the golden rule when you deal with these people, right?
Right, exactly, because these are the people that can help you out. These aren't your enemies. These are the people like you that got families. And like I said, the reaction from them when I said what we were doing is, wow, that's great. So it wasn't like, oh, you're one of those. No, not at all. They seemed very, very pleased with what I told them we were going to be doing. I was very upfront. and explaining it. So don't let this stuff intimidate any of you that are thinking about this and thinking, oh, I've never done anything. I've never been around a federal court. I don't know anything about it. I didn't know either. I didn't know about the federal court before when I was helping Dana with his stuff. What did I do? I went out and I Googled it. I didn't even go to the court websites. And if you go to those court websites, they've got all the information there. They'll have the local rules. They got the subpoena, the link for the subpoena forms, or not the, well, they got it for subpoenas, but for the service sheets. And the whole thing is they've got everything there at your disposal. You can do it online. And don't be afraid to call them if you got questions. They'll help you. So just a bit of encouragement there. My experience was good, and I'm going to be starting to lay down the lawsuits.
I wanted to ask you, though, what did you think about Jackie doing it through via email?
Doing what via email?
Sending these debt collectors a letter, your notice of intent to sue, a negotiation type letter. You can do it via email. That's how she did it. I was just curious.
Well, actually, what I did when I sent my notices of intent to sue out, I did it all by snail mail. And because, some of them I don't have email addresses on them. But I told them in there that we are to communicate by email. Well, I had one of them, and this is hilarious. I had one West Asset Management that I got a letter back from the attorney, and I'm reaching back here to get it right now because I want to read you something. It really is funny what she did.
Okay.
This was somebody that they had one of the accounts, and they tried to do some collection about a year and a half ago. So any of that stuff, I would not be in a position to do anything under the FDCPA because the statute of limitations is 1 year. So all I was doing is sending them the notice to sue and going to go after them for the one credit pull they did for $1,000. So here is the very short letter that I got back from their senior counsel. I am counsel for West Asset Management, and your letter dated May 12 has been forwarded to me for reply. Please note the company policy prohibits West employees from communicating with consumers by email. So she's telling me there that what I said about we need to communicate by email, they can't do. Okay, that's fine. West performed its inquiry of your credit record in connection with the collection of a debt, which is a permissible purpose under the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Wrong. You may wish to verify this with your own counsel. The original creditor is Bank of America, and the account number ends 5633. The account was assigned to West October 22 of 08 and was eventually closed in West's system on July 1, 2009. Thank you for your kind attention. Well, she didn't really address the issue with the credit pull, but the most interesting part of this whole letter is down at the bottom. Below her signature, it says, this communication is from a debt collector. This is an attempt to collect a debt, and any information obtained will be used for that purpose. She just did an FDCPA violation.
How?
How stupid. Because she put that in. This is an attempt to collect a debt. She should not have had that on here. All she was doing was responding to my letter about the credit pull. All of a sudden she says, this is an attempt to collect a debt. They got a debt validation letter from me over 2 years ago. She's on the hook for $1,000 for this letter.
Wow, that's awesome.
And I immediately zipped a letter off to her certified mail to that effect. Notice of intent to sue for FDCPA violation. So, bingo. Not only did she not get out from underneath the FCRA, now she got them hooked for another $1,000 on FDCPA, and I've got her dead to rights. I got it in print. That's the kind of stuff you got to look for with these people as you start corresponding with them. They'll stick their foot in their mouth. And this woman is senior counsel.
Yeah, well, they don't think you know. They think we're all, stupid.
Well, that's
which
just
we've been for a long time. I hate to say it, but it's true. And now, though,
I'm
learning.
going to use the word we're uneducated, not stupid.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay.
And I hope people will understand that. this is going to take some work to be able to do some of this. If you think that you're going to be able to solve all our problems out here, and all you got to do is fill out a piece of paper or two and not really understand it, sign something and send a certified mail, and it's going to solve all the problems and put money in your pocket, you're kidding yourself. You're going to have to spend some time learning. You're going to have to spend some time putting the pieces of the puzzle together. But my goodness, it's going to pay off. I'm sitting on a virtual gold mine here with the stuff I've got, and I
well,
love
that's
it.
Wonderful.
I'm having fun. I mean, my visit to the court yesterday, nice people, encouragement from them on what we're doing, and I've done my homework. I studied the stuff, so I knew that pretty much what I took up there and showed them was the way it should be, and she confirmed that. So I'm about ready to file a suit.
Good for you. You're going to keep us up to date on how that goes.
Oh, well, absolutely. I mean, this is the first of about 5 that I'm going to file against the same lawyer.
Hey, Robert, what do you think about all that? I see you're on.
Well, tremendous.
Hey, Mr. Robert.
How you doing?
I'm doing good tonight. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. And thank you again for your attendance at my trial.
Oh, you're absolutely welcome.
The support was greatly appreciated.
Well, you're very welcome. I was pleased that I had the opportunity to go there. It was a learning experience for me, and that's what we got to do. We got to support anybody that goes to court. And
yeah, I wish I could have went.
Yeah, well, I told you I'd be there, and I was there. So anyway, I'll back out here. The man of the hour is on, so let's let him talk.
Okay. Well, thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. And just pipe in if you want to contribute anything more. You guys know each other. Robert, I'm so glad you made it. Thank goodness. I was worried because you hadn't been on for a while. You got the information okay?
Yep.
So what's happening with you now?
Well, I'm just gathering my thoughts and I mean, there were a lot of people that I was helping, and basically they took a third of a month out of me at a distance, because I had to go to Cherokee County, which is a considerable distance from where I'm at, and go and handle that trial thing, during which time I really couldn't help anybody else with their stuff, hardly anyway. Although, like Dave Mack had probably noted that, given the opportunity, I was working on a habeas corpus for one fellow.
I know. We know you were doing that. You should dedicate all of your time and energy to getting yourself straightened out and not worry about other people until you're done. That way you can help them better. I mean, if something happened, God forbid, and you went to prison, then a lot of people would be screwed, right?
Yeah. That's
so
true.
When your neck is on the line, Mr. Fox, take care of yourself first, please, and get enough rest and don't overdo it. I mean, we love you and your ambition, but, first things first, right?
Yeah.
So did you want to discuss anything in particular, or do you right off the bat want to get into questions and answers, or?
Did you have anything in mind?
Well, I always want to talk about IRS issues and things like that, but I see we've already got someone in line with their hand up. If you want to...
Well, I'd like to make a comment. The whole time while I was going through these episodes with Cherokee County, the judges would like to tell me that I had to have an attorney, and that I'd be so much better off having an attorney. But as this thing came to a mistrial on last Friday, that was case number 9, bogus case number 9 against me, that resulted in no conviction, and they've been persecuting me for 3 whole years, and the point being that stopped by the bondsman's office, and they had never heard of such a thing in 30 years of not even heard of such a thing, much less handled the particular individual, like as in my case, with the bonds. They'd never even heard of such a thing in 30 years where somebody is attacked with 9 bogus cases and no convictions and 3 years of persecution.
Why don't you get into that a little bit more about the bonds? Because some people don't quite understand.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what you mean.
Well,
I think he was talking to bail bonds there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, the bail bonds, they set these high bonds on me, 30,000 in a whack. And anyway, the thing was that I share with people all the time 2 questions that gets them to thinking, and that is, who cares about your case more than you do? Nobody. I mean, you could pay an attorney $1 million and he wouldn't care as much about your case.
Right.
And then the other question is, who knows your case better than you do? You could sit and explain the thing to an attorney for a month and he wouldn't know the fine details and the connections between various people and events and so on, and how that all works. But you know it, and so who knows your case better than you do? Nobody. So
right.
that's how I proceeded. And the other thing is that when it comes to winning, you can win on the law, you can win on the facts, you can win on the procedure, you can win on the counsel issue alone, you can win by sheer fluke, and you can win by prayer power. So each case that I went through was handled in a different way and took advantage of a certain chink in their armor that resulted in no conviction. So that's how that went.
Thank God. Want to take a question?
Okay.
Alrighty. Rabbit Hole Central. Miss Paula Gloria. Go right ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Robert.
Hi.
You turned us on, me and my husband Joe Barton, to Al Adask with the man and other animals clause in the drug wars language.
Yes.
I want to thank you so much because we did a fabulous show and it stimulated a huge reaction in the Manhattan audience.
Well, that is terrific. Al's a great guy.
To know, looking at Al Adask's blogs, he mentions your case and said that his kind of, I use the word evaporate, after a year he never heard anything, even though he was being threatened with fines of $25,000 a day for the colloidal silver and the controlled substances. But how did it work for you, or is that what you're talking about? Is it still pending, even with the man and other animals clause?
The drug cases that they had against me were completely bogus. I mean, it was that
you were a dentist.
It was leftover dental antibiotics in a closed dental clinic. I didn't know a thing about them, and what the police were trying to do was, or I say police, I mean they're proven to be non-police. They're pretend police. They have the city never legally created a police department, and the liability for that is astronomical.
Right.
Anyway, they tried to pin this issue of drugs on me, and that would be tantamount to saying, okay, there's this Greyhound bus, and the police come on the Greyhound bus, and they find somebody's got some drugs in their duffel bag, and so what are we going to do? Arrest everybody on the bus? How about let's arrest the bus driver because he was obviously transporting drugs? Get the picture? It's impossible. The law protects the bus driver because the bus driver didn't know a thing about it. And that was my situation. I mean,
Right.
I don't have any room in my head for any drugs whatsoever. I don't even take aspirin. People ask me, well, what were you taking for the, your pain with your sciatic nerve and your back pain and the rest of that? Nothing. I don't take any pain drugs. I just make do.
Oh, gosh. Well, when you're in pain, though, you're allowed.
Well, you may be allowed, but, I was in the Rockwall County Jail, and I had a relapse of the back problem that I got at the Dallas County Jail, where they basically broke my back and paralyzed me. I had a relapse in the Rockwall County Jail. I was on the bunk, laying flat on my back, looking up at the ceiling, wondering if I would ever be able to walk again. I didn't take any drugs. The medical people there offered me drugs. My problem was that if I had numbed myself with drugs, if I moved, I could have damaged my spinal cord.
Very
So
interesting.
So I just laid there, and I fasted for 44 days. Just water for 44 days. And my body repaired itself. That's the hand of our Heavenly Father. I marvel at the situation. My friend Judy had animals that would come and feed at her feed bowls and the rest of that. And one of them was a stray cat. It was obviously in a fight with some other animal. Half its face was tore off. I mean, you could see the bones, the facial bone and the sinews and cartilage and all that. Anyway, I looked at that cat and I figured it's going to die. I mean, there's no way it could survive with half its face ripped right off, like dangling,
Oh, gosh.
And it was like horrible to look at. I mean, it was just terrible. And yet that cat completely repaired and was doing fine. I mean, if you stop and think about how we don't have to do anything and our Heavenly Father just protects us and repairs us, it's astounding.
Yes, but he also gave us the gifts of the earth and the herbs and to be used in balance and wisdom. I mean, I think your case was really about the fact that the dentist's office was in a strip mall and some people were hoping to pick it up for a song. Am I not mistaken?
Well, that could be, but they didn't get it anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always just sort of a ruse when they come in with a drug situation.
It's not a strip mall. It's a large building. It did have and does have 4 postal designations, and I was in the farthest away from the dental clinic that was closed. And the police tried to say at my trial, even this recent one, they tried to say that the drugs were in plain view. You know what plain view is? Plain view is like the bowl of mints at the cash register in the restaurant.
Yeah, but even so, it's like Mark Stevens says, that, what is it, corpus delicti, show me the body. Where's the crime? Who was harmed? You have a right to face your accuser who said that they took away a right of yours. Where's the compelling state interest to take away a right to do whatever you want, to travel, to ingest whatever you want, to plant, to grow whatever you want, to share knowledge,
Yeah.
Well, I think, I know all your fans just want you to be comfortable and as happy and as peaceful as you possibly can be, because we need your wisdom and experience, your faith, your inspiration and motivation, so others can step up to the plate and face. Everybody's got some demons to overcome within to say, I want to go beyond this, and now is the time.
I agree. I think everybody agrees with that.
Well,
is there anything else?
We press on to victory in as many situations as we possibly can handle.
Yeah, really. That's what we are doing.
Yep.
Waking up the people.
Well, from the calls I get and from what's going on around me, it feels like there's an incredible ramp up of the tyranny. It's like people are being arrested all over the place.
Yeah.
Right. That's what's going to help wake up the masses. When it affects them personally, then they wake up. When it affects somebody else, well, they remain comfortably numb, as Pink Floyd would say.
Yeah. And then what frequently comes up is people say, well, what did you do? You don't have to do anything.
Anything.
You can be wrongfully accused of, complete garbage.
Well, they make it all up anyway. Most of the time, they just lie. I got a whole sheet of things here. General immunity pertaining to prosecutors, judges, and government agents. Someone passed this out, sent this out the other day. Did you get a copy of this? There's like 9 items. Prosecutor may violate civil rights in initiating prosecution and presenting case. And then it's got the citation. There's 10 of them. Immunity extends to all activities closely associated with litigation or potential litigation. Prosecutor may knowingly use false testimony and suppress evidence. That's the United States Supreme Court in Imler versus Pacman, 1976 case. Prosecutor may file charges without any investigation. Prosecutor may file charges outside of his jurisdiction. Prosecutor may knowingly offer perjured testimony. Prosecutor can suppress exculpatory evidence. Prosecutors are immune from lawsuit for conspiring with judges to determine outcome of judicial proceedings. Prosecutor may knowingly file charges against innocent persons for a crime that never occurred. Excuse me. That's all bogus. It's like the court saying, well, it's okay. Well, yeah, that's what they're doing. They're approving all of their methods to go about and raise revenue, even if they're illegal and unconstitutional.
They do enough of that long enough, and that's what'll bring the guns out.
Yeah, I think Jon Stewart sent this out, but I'm not sure. But anyway, that's ridiculous. They're allowed to lie and make up whatever they want. Are you kidding me?
Well,
this is justice?
The problem, Angela, is that the attorneys dominate the legislative Congress or whatever you want to say, or the state legislatures, and then they are entirely the judicial, the attorneys from top to bottom, and then the executive branch is attorneys in all the serious positions, and the police at the lower end are just their lapdogs going out and doing what the attorneys tell them to do. So
right.
What they've done is they've made a comfortable situation for themselves where they make all kinds of money and with no regard to how much suffering they cause with their bogus charges and all the corruption that they have. But there was a time when there was a revolution of its own kind, and the people rose up, and any judges or attorneys that they could find, they dismembered them.
Well,
when that time is coming,
I can see why. I know.
I'm not saying that I'm recommending a violent revolution in any means, but that's what they're creating for themselves. It would appear to me.
I know. It looks that way, doesn't it? Like they're inciting all this hatred towards themselves by being so blatantly treasonous to the people. Good grief. Anyway, we have another question.
Okay.
Manjolz, go ahead. Did you have a question for Robert Fox?
How you doing, Angela? This is Minister.
Hi, fine, thanks.
I love to everybody else out there. I actually was waiting for Constitution Man. That's what I thought the call, he was going to be here, or is he going to be here?
Yeah, he's, well, he was, going to be delayed. He wasn't in a good place to get the call in clear, so he said he would be late, and so Robert agreed to do the first hour or so, and until he comes on, and then he'll be coming on, but why don't you go ahead and throw the question out there anyway?
I was looking for, because back in 1980 I was convicted of criminal possession of a weapon as a veteran, and actually at that time I had just stopped working as a police officer in Oklahoma City. But I was wondering, is there any information, because as far as I know, according to New York paperwork, there's no expungement rule or cases that I've found as of yet. And I was wondering, would Robert have any information on that?
Well, you're probably going to find that whatever you had didn't fit the lawful description of a firearm.
Okay. Well,
so, and I think that the Constitution man has that one down. So, yeah, you do well to talk to him, and he could probably forward you the stuff.
Okay. All right, then, I mean...
Did we talk before?
Oh, yes, we have. And
that's what I thought. And I was getting that stuff together to pass on to you. So it's just that I got interrupted with this trial, and it really set me behind because.
Well, I listen. I know you get busy. You know, the individuals like yourself, Constitution Man, and so many others who are so intertwined and have really set yourselves apart from a lot of people. I applaud you and all the people like you and the ones who want to learn. So I'm grateful that you remember me, and I know when you had the time, you would get to it. So, and that's how I look at it. And I don't believe that the Creator leaves you out there to hang out and drive. So again, I'm grateful. And when you get the opportunity to get those things together, I'm here.
Yeah, I've got your file, and I was looking forward to passing on to you the education that will help you get that mess straightened out. And I believe that regardless of whether they have an expungement statute or not, you'll be able to clean their clock on this one.
Well, I appreciate that.
And our Heavenly Father says so right there in His Word, and it's a matter of claiming His promise as far as I'm concerned. The thing is that Isaiah 54:17, no weapon formed against thee shall prosper.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you make it like you're sitting down at the kitchen table with Dad and explaining to him the grief that you're burdened with, and that it's His word, His promise, He cannot tell a lie, and He has all the power in the universe. So when He says, no weapon formed against thee shall prosper, claim it, and watch for the miracles. And it's also like in Jeremiah 33:3, call upon me, I will answer, and show thee great and mighty things thou knowest not. So even though they beat you initially in the proceedings with their shyster shenanigans, the ultimate deal is that His word comes over top of anything and everything that they did to you. And they will be crushed like a bug.
Robert, have you ever brought a Bible into court with you?
All the time.
And
all the
do
time.
They react to it or what?
Well, the thing is that the whole proceeding is ecclesiastical.
That's right.
And the very layout of the courtroom is the same as the church. The judge is up at the altar. The jury
Right.
is in the choir box. There's the
Yeah.
communion rail. Shoot, it's all ecclesiastical.
I know.
And-
Testimony, witnessing, guilty. I mean, what is it? Confessions, all the terminology. I pray. That's used in the briefs and stuff I've seen too.
Right.
The language. And they've got you got the people in the peanut gallery and the pews in the background.
Except
It's
that they're
exactly, and they're built on particular ley lines so that they vibrate at a particular frequency that makes you get that awesome feeling when you walk in. That's in a church or a court. Same thing. Same architects build the churches and the courts. Did you know that?
Wow.
That's pretty good. So anyway, the thing is that with prayer power, you can just crush them, because it's like my own situation. I was down on my knees in prayer and crying out to my Heavenly Father, because I was compassed all about. I mean, there are multiple prosecutors. The whole array of witnesses, and these liars that get up there and they just spin their lies one after another. I mean, it was sickening, and so I cried out to my Heavenly Father, and all of their nonsense failed them.
I know.
Isn't
that wonderful?
There's an analysis being done of the jurors, and it turns out that amongst the jurors, for instance, one was the son-in-law of the sheriff. He also happened to be a pastor at the Baptist church. Well, isn't it interesting? I mean, having a pastor of a Baptist church able to address the rest of the jury members and, try and get me a conviction.
Wow.
And maybe he disclosed, maybe he didn't, that he probably didn't, that he's the son-in-law of the sheriff. And with all of that, they still did not get a conviction.
Now you're a 9-time winner.
Yeah.
Right?
And the bonds person said they never even heard of such a thing in 30 years.
Wow.
Who said? Who?
Pardon me?
Who said that?
The bonds people,
Come in.
the bail bonds.
Gotcha.
It was Max Thomason and his daughter. Both confirmed that, in 30 years they never heard of such a thing.
It's amazing to me, but I'm happy. I sent you all kinds of prayers and positive intentions and love, and so on the jurors especially. So there you go. Somebody's yelling.
Pardon me, Angela.
Oh, okay. Did you have any more questions for Robert Fox?
But that was it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move on. See here. Timma, did you have a question for Robert Fox?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Angela. Hi, Robert.
Hello?
I got a really bad situation, and you're probably one of the few people that have sound advice that could help me. Angela's, I think, semi-aware of this, and I've called in this before about it, but 2008, living with my common-law wife, happily together for 10 years, her family decided to break us up, prefacing her brother is a diplomat in foreign service, and the other one is a manager for local 911 continuity of government facility. Well, they came to her job, took her from her job. Within hours, threw her into a psychiatric clinic. Within about a month, they declared her dementia after they forcibly drugged her out of her mind. and the court immediately appointed the Catholic Family Services as her guardian, which were totally opposed to that religious pagan belief system. And her guardian has placed her now for over 1,000 days in a nursing home. She's 57 years old. She was writing so many letters complaining about abuse. They resorted to forcibly drugging her with, we don't know. I haven't seen my wife in 2.5 years. If you were to attempt to go visit her, you would be kicked out and the police would be called. You have to be on a list to see her, which we don't know what that's all about. But my question is, would I be able to get maybe some kind of an injunction or maybe a habeas corpus? Because at the last court hearing, this is how corrupt this situation is. She was only supposed to have a fiduciary oversight for her finances, and that was it. The court order came out. It totally put in language where it took control of her personal and social aspects of her life, which totally stripped her as a human being of any rights whatsoever. So this guardian has complete control of everything, what she sees, breathes. She hasn't been outside in a couple years. She's not allowed a phone. It's very hard to get mail to her. She's able to sneak to a phone every once in a while, and with the medication, they're inducing this illness that she never had by the forced medication. And I'm wondering, do you think a habeas corpus would help, and who would I direct it to? Because at this point, the state court doesn't acknowledge anything I submit, and to them, I'm just a boyfriend or something like that. And this is a woman I've taken care of for 10 years and never had a problem with at all, except a family that were just a little bit uppity and didn't like us talking about the Federal Reserve and chemtrails and Yahweh, period.
Well, to answer your question, yes, habeas corpus, and I have in the past gotten out, at least 2 people comes to mind that were actually, in the nut house, and got them out of there with the habeas corpus. People, the staff there couldn't even believe it. They thought that it was a certainty that these people would be there for the long term, and all of a sudden, with the habeas corpus, boom, they were out of there. And it was pretty amazing because habeas corpus. With a habeas corpus, you become the plaintiff, and that's a lot different than being the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
So habeas corpus kicks butt, and it's worked for me to get people out of the state mental facilities. For that matter, I was even able to share with people in the federal
would you submit that to the state court, to the original court? Because it's convoluted. It started out in family court, and I wasn't. They kept me out of the loop, but then it ended up in Supreme Court on an appeal, which we requested a trial by jury, and she wasn't allowed an attorney. The court forced to appoint an attorney on her, a state attorney, and she's not. In fact, they've said she's not allowed an attorney. I went out when I was stupid and spent $8,000 to get her an attorney from 300 miles away because no one around here would touch it, and it never went anywhere. He just up and packed his bag and left, basically. Wouldn't help her. So, and the court said that she's not allowed to have an attorney of her own.
Okay.
So it's a mess. Do you have examples anywhere of what one of your habeases look like?
Yes. The thing is that what you've just mentioned has triggered a thought, and there's a couple of ways that you can really tie them in knots and be successful. I wish I could tell you right now what one of them is, but my adversaries may very well be listening to this conversation as we speak, and
I can guarantee you they are. Just take it for granted.
Take it for granted. Exactly correct. That's what I'm doing.
Yes.
The thing is that I've got a big surprise coming for them along these lines, utilizing the material that would be what you would need for your habeas corpus. And I'm in the process of gathering the evidence that is going to rip them a new one. And
so should he contact you on the side or something, or
yes,
should I send him your number, or
yes, that would be fine, Angela.
Okay.
Yes,
all right.
I
so
appreciate it, and I'll help everybody out the best that I can with just for your efforts and stuff. So.
Okay, but don't worry about that right now. I mean, for me, just send me an email with your contact information, and in the subject line, put regarding wife in psych facility or something like that.
Okay, yeah, Patricia Kobylack. So, and anybody can punch her name into Google. It's Kobylack, and you'll see a lot of undercover videos and pretty much professionally produced stories that show what she's going through. Because I had always, from the very beginning, I had carried an undercover camera with me because I knew something was very wrong with the situation. So the whole thing has pretty much been documented from beginning to the end.
What's her name again?
Patricia Kobylack, Kobylack. And there's even a
Kobylack. Lack. Kobylack.
Yes, and there's a petition up there, explaining our plight. And a big component, as Robert would understand, is the family didn't like us using the word Yahweh, and just because we, at one point, were very sick, and the only way we were healed is we put our faith in our Lord and our God and Creator, and turned away from doctors, and He saved us. And ever since then, we've never been the same. We're more simpler people. We don't want as much, and we just don't watch TV, and we don't fit in, I guess. But that's the way it goes. Praise the Lord.
Yeah, and you know what? I admire you for not giving up on her and for sticking and trying.
1,000 days and about $70,000 in debt so far, and I'm going to go until it's all gone. Because Angela, the way I am, I don't make promises very easily, and if I do, I commit to them. And I made a vow under Yahweh that we would be man as wife, and I would take care of her as her husband, and I paid for everything for her for many years so she could get out of her debt problems and get her health care taken care of. And so there's no doubt in my mind that I am her husband, but, and I can't, death do us part, so I'm in this till, whatever becomes of her is going to become of me, because we're the same. So I have to.
Oh, God bless you.
Fighting. So any help I can get, I appreciate it. Thank you for listening so much.
Thank you for coming on, and don't forget to send me an email with your information. I can forward it to Robert.
Okay, Angela. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to move on. Let's see. We have here Gloria, PA Free Woman. Did you have a question for Robert Fox?
Actually, for the gentleman just spoke, I read about the story. I think the good position he could be in is as an executrix. She must be in the position of a plaintiff. So Gene King was talking about that things change when you turn into plaintiff instead of a defendant. And in my opinion, I think he should open up a federal court case and take all of them to federal court for violations and scale them off. Because that nursing home sounds like they do a lot of illegal operations, and I think he should use the Freedom of Information Act and start getting all the records of her medical stuff and study and find what's going on. And I'm pretty sure he could find a ton of stuff that maybe all these people should go to jail. What they're doing to her.
Well, absolutely, and if anyone who is listening has an interest in this area, and even if you don't actually, just Google CCHR, and that's Citizens Commission on Human Rights. And those people, which is a part of the Scientology crew, they have gotten psychiatrists taken away in handcuffs. So if you check them out and get they have a DVD and a couple of booklets, and it's less than $20. So for less than $20, you'll get some awesome information just right off the scale. I mean, you'll be literally stunned when you watch this stuff. They completely debunk psychiatry. It's nothing but witchcraft. And
I know. All you got to do, if they say, if you're like in a situation where they want to give you a psych eval or something like that, and they make a determination that you're, psychotic or bipolar or whatever, tell them to put it in writing and sign their name to it. See what happens.
Well, the thing that you want from the CCHR is Psychiatry Industry of Death. And they show how these people, with no scientific basis whatsoever, put people through hell and even murder them. I mean, It's unbelievable. But there they got it right there in video. They have the documentation. They have gone the distance and put together one heck of a program. And anybody who watches that from beginning to end is going to say psychiatry is complete nonsense.
What's it called again?
It's called Psychiatry Industry of Death.
Oh, yes, I've seen it.
Is that an amazing program?
Oh, yeah.
If once you've seen that program, would you ever trust anything that the psychiatrist says?
No. But I didn't even before I saw the movie. So.
Well, it's amazing how some people think that psychiatry is going to help them.
Well, we've been dumbed down. We've gone to the public school system. We've learned, to trust our government and trust doctors. We're raised to, listen to the doctor. Do what the doctor says, right? Don't question the doctor. We've been raised that way. So it's not, unusual to see people just do whatever they're told or recommended by their doctor to do. Because we've been born that way. Raised from birth. Didn't you grow up hearing that from your parents?
Well, actually, I was orphaned at age 15.
Well, then whoever was your caretaker, I'm sure they said, gotta obey, listen to what the doctor says, right?
Well, maybe I got some of that, but I mentally rejected it because
good for
I
you.
could see what was happening.
Smart cookie.
And also this gentleman should hire her own psychologist, a psychiatric doctor, and reevaluate. And I did that for my other cases, and actually, when doctors are very helpful and write a letter to the judge, and he could submit that, and that also helps. And also, he may find a lot of faults on the court document, what judge says and whatever, all this court, he should review, like what the Roth class talks about. If you read it in detail, you could find a lot of stuff that is so crooked, and you could actually pull them out and go against them.
I have a particularly good psychologist, and let me say this, state and federal, they tried to lay me away in the nut house, and on both they failed. In the state case, it was so good that, they thought their position was so great that the prosecutor literally came over to me in advance and declared, he said, "Mr. Fox, I'm not even going to cross-examine any of your witnesses." What he was saying was, we have Dr. Grigson, and he is the ultimate. He's like all 9 deck guns of the battleship Missouri at one time. And so your witnesses don't stand a chance. And Dr. Grigson's going to lay you away in the funny farm for the rest of your days. And that's basically what he was telling me. And Dr. Grigson was known in the media as Dr. Death. Well, Dr. Grigson is an extremely good witness for the state. He was basically a whore for the state, and any outcome that they wanted, he'd provide it. Well, the thing is that the psychologist that I brought in as a witness had the jury literally laughing out loud against Grigson. It was probably the most resounding defeat he'd ever had in his entire career. I had 4 doctors testify on my behalf, and Grigson couldn't make any headway with the jury. The way you handle these mental evaluation things, by the way, is to have your mental evaluation. This is the best possible deal. Have your mental evaluation done in advance. So as soon as they raise the issue that you may be mentally unstable and that you need a mental evaluation, as soon as they raise that in court, you pull out your mental evaluation, hold it high in the air, say, "Excuse me, Judge, I already have my mental evaluation here by board-certified so-and-so, and I've been declared, mentally fit and competent. However, I don't think that there's anything on the record as to you, the judge, or Mr. Prosecutor here, having their mental evaluation, so equal opportunity under the law. We need to adjourn these proceedings until you gentlemen can have your mental evaluations and have them on the record."
I like that idea. Besides, when they do that, when judges are up there and they're saying, I think you need a psychiatric evaluation, or I'm going to recommend you for a psychiatric evaluation, isn't he making a medical determination? Don't you need a license to practice medicine to do that?
It would appear so, but they just go ahead and do whatever they feel like. And the problem is, it's like in Cherokee County. Myself and others tried 4 times to take our criminal complaints to the grand jury, and the grand jury takes an oath, and they are required by law to accept the criminal complaints of any credible person. Well, the district attorney talks to them, and next thing you know, they're violating their own oath, and they refuse to take the criminal complaints from any credible person. So it's like we don't get to make criminal complaints against the systemites. Just the systemites make criminal complaints against us. Completely bogus stuff, and they all go along with it, like when they accused me of barratry, and I couldn't do barratry even if I tried.
Unless you had a license, right? You'd have to have a bar card.
Yeah, the statute lists who can do barratry, and it's licensed attorneys, licensed medical doctors, licensed chiropractors, licensed nursing staff, licensed investigators, and Robert Fox with no license is not on the list. And I couldn't do it if I tried.
Yeah, well, apparently they don't care. They just throw anything. It's like, throw the spaghetti on the wall and see if it sticks.
Exactly. And what do they got?
No.
9 cases, and they have 0 convictions.
I love it. God
Angela,
bless
can you
you.
hear me?
Yeah, hi. Hi, Harold.
How you doing, Angela?
Thank you.
Busy as ever. I just want to speak at Robert for a few seconds here.
Okay.
Want to congratulate him on his victory, and I'm pleased to hear how you give gratitude to the Almighty, because that's the source of my victories. I take no credit for it. And I also like to point out that your sacrificial efforts on behalf of others in light of your own dilemmas was not overlooked by on high. A lot of people would, say, well, you shouldn't do that. But the word makes it quite clear to us that we should not be so concerned with our problems, but the concerns of others, and to be not weary in well-doing, but you shall reap if you faint not. So therefore, you exercising those precepts actually, I believe, worked in your favor also, even though you might not have put on your best performance. Our best performance is not even close to what the Heavenly Father can do for us in our steads when we walk in His precepts and statutes. So I encourage you to continue on, and I'm appreciative of your testimony, and it should give a whole lot of people more hope to stand fast in the Word, and you provided testimonies for people to see that which created us can make all things possible for us. And that's my little 2 cents for today.
Well, I sure appreciate that. And to back you up on that, it's in Isaiah 1:17. Learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, plead the case of the widow. And in Matthew 25, we're told by our Savior that we need to visit the prisoners. We need to, help them. In particular, of course, the innocent and repentant. And he says right there, if you don't do it, you'll be separated out and you won't get the rewards. So there you have it. And
I've been doing the same for about 25 years, and oftentimes people, laugh at you, but when they see the success, and, I give all credit to my Creator, then they don't laugh as hard. So, yes, these principles do work. However, they're not very popular in this day and age.
Well, thank you for that, Harold. We have another question. Southeast Arizona. Go ahead.
Well, good evening, everyone. This is the Greek. Hello, Angela.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm enjoying all of the conversation, and you know me, of course, I have to butt in. Kudos to Robert for the favorable outcome. And all this chatter about psychiatry and justice and all this and that. You know me, I always say the same stuff. I tell people just, wake up and become a word technician. In other words, say what you mean and mean what you say. And what prompted me to call in was the part you guys were talking about the psychiatrist, and I posted on the chat board, anyone who wants to see a psychiatrist should have their head examined, right? But I want to just invite anyone, if they want to do some research on the oracles of Delphi, if they want to understand psychiatry. Now, what does that have to do with anything? Here, I'll read you something real quick, just a basic thing. It's actually in Encyclopedia Britannica. It's on the website on about.com. It says here, the modern image of justice is based on Greco-Roman mythology but it's not a clear one-to-one correspondence. And then it says U.S. courts argue about placement. Okay, then you go down, and it says the modern image of justice is a conflation of various images and iconography over a period of time. And you go further down, and she's Themis, or Uranos, an ancient Greek goddess, or Dike, or Australia, the goddess of justice. Okay, so and you go back a little further down, it was a Babylonian idol. So when we use that word justice, we kind of mean, innocently we're saying, we're looking for right ruling, right, righteousness, or rule of law. But in fact, that word has nothing to do with right ruling, righteousness, or rule of law. It is simply an ancient pagan religion represented with a statue of a woman who's not blind, but is blindfolded, carrying a sword and scales. And it's simple as that. And those of you who read the Bible, there's a particular type of female figure like this that goes and deals with all of the nations of the world. And if you actually go online, you will see every nation in the world has this particular justice statue. So we need to learn what this really represents. It has nothing to do with law or right ruling. And it's no one's fault but ours. And especially those that are trying to study the Bible, the word justice is not in the Bible, by the way. If you were reading something out of the Old Testament, the word that they're translating as justice is tzedek, which literally means righteousness, right? And in the Greek, there are several words, and none of them are actually, they're not using Dike or Themis or these pagan goddesses. So they've crept this in. And I'm a word technologist, and, someone comes up to me and says, my kid's this and that. It's like, oh, I didn't know you had goats, right? Because kids are goats, they're not children. So we are in a society, I'm not making a commentary just to comment, but I'm making a commentary so maybe someone will kind of say, we need more discernment before we go ahead. It's like when you're going to buy a car or buy a washing machine, you need a little bit of discernment to find out which brand works best so you don't get suckered. So when you go into a situation with that discernment, there's a 50-50 chance you're going to have the wool pulled over your eyes and walk out with a lemon. And if you have been paying attention the past 100 years, I think we've been pretty much walked out with a lemon here. The other point I want to make is you hear about democracy, and of course everyone knows we don't want a democracy, we want republic. But that's what's in the news. That's what's taught in schools. So what does this word mean? No one really stops, it says, okay, it's voting in this and that or whatever. Your vote doesn't matter because it's an election. They're telling you this is an election and the electors elect. Voters, I don't know, they just show up and register and we get a bunch of money from them. But a voter has nothing to do with an election. Electors elect. It's like a warning label. Read warning label first.
Right.
So, voting has nothing to do with electing. Electors elect. It's an election. And, it's like, where's everybody been for the past 150 years, But democracy, if you actually look at the root word, what it actually means, it's a Greek word. And the suffix krasi means body or governing body or state. Typically means state. The first part, the prefix of the word demos, if anyone wants to just shout out what that means, a good hint would be Mars. The planet Mars has two moons. And the moons are Phobos and Deimos. Phobos means fear, and Deimos means terror. So democracy literally means terror state. Has anyone been watching the news lately?
Right.
It's in here. This was put in place 30 years ago, and what do you hear that T word all the time, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you see what everyone's like, well, whatever. It's fully disclosed.
Right. They say it over and over and over again. Terrorism, 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 terrorism.
Yeah, just replace that with demos, and, right? It's the same And you could just go do a little bit of research. It's, 4th grade to 8th grade reading level required to research just a few of those terms. And justice is known as Justitia. Just all the early popes were named, the late Roman emperors were named Justinian. It's a goddess religion. I'm not anti-feminist. Some people say you're anti-feminist. No, I'm not. It just so happens to be this particular entity happens to be a female. Just like if someone broke in, and stole your car or something, and they caught them, and it happens to be a woman. A woman stole my car. I'm anti-feminist? No, it just so happens to be a woman. Right? So it's a particular female entity that man has been using for malevolent means. And people say they want justice. Well, guess what? You're going to get it. That's what you're getting. That's what you're getting, because you need to study the old ancient religions, and you will see the same imagery and the same procedures and the same names. And, you can't say this child is a kid, period, because a child is a child, the offspring of a man and a woman, and a kid is the offspring of a goat, period. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, what the words actually mean and how we're using them obviously doesn't coincide. But is it important that we use the right words for what they really mean?
Yeah.
So why do people call children kids? Are these people not paying attention?
I know. Where did that start? I mean, how did that even get started? I mean, why?
It's very simple.
Sheep, kids, goats, sheep.
Yeah, and here's the thing. When people, how they say sheeple?
Yeah.
Well, that's a misnomer, because if you say that, you don't know sheep. You see, sheep have a very particular diet. If they eat something outside of their scope, they get sick and die. Right? Goats can eat anything. So you can say...
Yeah, even cans.
Yeah. So the Bible is very explicit about the sheep being very particular and the goats eating just about anything. And then you have pigs. Now, pigs will eat anything, but the difference between a pig and a goat is a pig is extremely violent when it's eating. Right? And then you have dogs. You see, that's why they're metaphors to people in Scripture, and no one picks up on these things, because you have to know the behavior of the animal to see. You see? So there's no sheeple. The majority of the people are not sheeple. The sheeple are very few. I hope I'm a sheeple. Do you see what I mean? I have a very particular diet. If I turn on CNN or Fox News in 2 minutes, I'm throwing up on my living room floor, So, I'm not, that's for goats. So where did the kid come from? Okay, let's say you and I go back 100 years and we say, hey, Angela, isn't that cool? Well, someone will say, what does that have to do with temperature? You see?
Mm-hmm.
When you say that's cool, it's acceptable or pleasant, well, that's
sure.
cool temperature. So if we look at how that crept in, we'll see how kids crept in. I believe the kids crept in from a hidden ecclesiastical esoteric form where the kid is the scapegoat, a slaughter animal to be slaughtered to Satan.
Oh, gosh.
It's an offering. So if people are now you see, the offering, the scapegoat, right? You let it out for,
Yeah, and we go right along with it and call our children kids like it's no big deal, when all along the powers that be threw that name on our children.
All of this. It's very interesting. If anyone would just please do a little bit of research on justice. Just a little bit. Spend like 30 seconds of your time on the keyboard, or if you have a good dictionary or a good encyclopedia, just spend 30 seconds and you will see that it is an ancient religion and the entire world is partaking in it. It has nothing to do with righteousness or law or rule of law. It is a specific religion, and I brought this up because Robert mentioned it's ecclesiastic.
Right. What do you have to say, Robert? Anything?
Well, I'm choking here. The thing is that he's absolutely right. I'd heard share with the listeners that the 1800s, the Encyclopedia Britannica, Arts and Sciences, defines legal as the undoing of God's law.
Wow.
So
how telling is that?
Killing babies may be legal, but it's not lawful.
Yeah, first chapter of Jeremiah, I knew you when I was forming you in the womb. I ordained you as a prophet. Where was he? In the womb, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, people say, are you right to life? I don't know what that means. I really don't know what that means. Define it. Are you right to life? What does that mean? Am I supposed to be, how about, no, I'm a left to life. What do you mean by right to life?
You're taking it literally, right? Well, no. Right side, left side.
Yeah,
but
and you see, they always, the occultists, let me go a little further, it's satanic, okay? Look,
sure.
the word Satan just means adversary. If you go into a courtroom in Israel, when the prosecutor is introduced, he's introduced as Ha-Satan. Here comes Satan, right? In every, because Satan is the prosecutor. He's the adversary. You see it if you read Hebrew and Hebrew documents constantly. Ha-Satan, it just means adversary. So these things are based on an adversarial position. So when someone says satanic, it means adversarial. That's all.
Mm.
Like when someone says, oh, the apocalypse. Yeah, go ahead. Like, what do you mean? The word apocalypse means to reveal. But not just to reveal, it means to completely reveal, like, taking all your clothes off. There's nothing left to hide. That's all it means. And they've connected, like, doom and gloom to it, of course. Then you have the other word, Armageddon. Well, Armageddon just means Har Megiddo. Har means mountain, and Megiddo is a mountain in the Middle East. Okay, Armageddon, all right, you been there? What do you mean, Armageddon? You got a postcard for me? What does that mean?
So what does it mean, a mountain?
Har Megiddo, in Hebrew, Armageddon is Har Megiddo in Hebrew. Har means mountain, and Megiddo is the name of the mountain. Like Har Everest would be Mount Everest, or Mount St. Helens would be Har.
That doesn't make any sense then. Yeah. Well, how did we get today's translation then? I mean, just definition.
It's programming, I mean, when someone says the apocalypse, they're like, about what? The apocalypse is coming. Yeah, what are you going to apocalypse? Are you dropping your pants, or are you telling me secret, or what? Because apocalypse means in Greek either to completely reveal, like if you saw a streaker, remember in the 70s people take their clothes off and running? Well, those were apocalyptics in Greek,
Oh.
Can I interject something? Can I interject?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what you were saying earlier fits in with this. Here's the scripture. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. That's at 1 Peter 5:8. However, according to Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, the word adversary in this passage means adversary at law. So according to the Word of God, the pettifogger shyster groveling for filthy lucre is the devil.
Yes, what is the word? Do they have an English phonetic for the word an adversary? Do they have Ha-Satan Nakash? Is that what it says? In Hebrew, I don't know if you can read it. Because typically what that would say in Hebrew, your adversary, the devil, in Hebrew would be Ha-Satan Nakash, Nakash being the devil or the serpent.
I'm not sure. I just got this,
Yeah, that's fine. If anyone is interested in the Bible, I strongly suggest that they learn Hebrew and Greek. Now, wow, how am I going to learn Hebrew and Greek? Just get a coloring book and start learning the letters. Because Strong's is another test.
That's the concordance of the Bible.
Yeah, Strong's Concordance is a test. It's actually it's good for beginners. But once you come across a Strong's word where it says of unknown meaning or unknown root, you've got to laugh. Because in Hebrew, you don't need a dictionary. Every letter means something specifically. So if you memorize the 22 letter meanings and I present you a word that you don't know the meaning of, Well, you know the letters, so you just go ahead and phrase out the word. You can't hide anything in Hebrew. So here we have Strong, who's supposed to be an expert, okay, and he tells you a Hebrew word of unknown meaning. I mean, how ridiculous is that? It's a setup. It's kind of like this. When people go to the supermarket to buy bread, you know, they buy like a package, a plastic bag with sliced white bread in it, and you read the ingredients. It's got polypropylene glycol, which is antifreeze, and calcium carbonate and all this other stuff, which is like plaster. You know, those are like EPA toxins. If you read the chemicals on bread and you dropped it on the sidewalk, that's a toxic waste according to the EPA. Now, this is my thing. This is what I tell people. Oh, this bread company that is giving you this as bread can't make real bread with just, real wheat, a little bit of salt water, and a little bit of yeast? Of course they can. They can make the best bread in the world, but they don't because it's a test to see who's going to buy it. You see, Strong's is the same thing. It's just a test. I mean, I've got a Strong's here at home that holds the door open. And all my English translations of the Bibles hold the door open, and I use them for whatever. You cannot see. That's why when you go into the court, they want you to swear on the Bible. And here's the irony: the Bible tells you not to swear. Okay, so it's a test. There's not. Okay, let's say you and I, Angela, we just wrote a book, and it's about 900 pages long. We send it off to the printers. And we get a call back from the printer. He says, hey, you got about 10 or 15 mistakes in this book. What do you want to do? I'll look at you, Angela, and I think you would say the same. Hey, we got to get it back and correct it before it gets printed. Just 10 mistakes, that's a lot, right? We're not going to print it. Okay, well, in your Bible right now, I've tracked over and documented over 6,800 mistakes. All of your English, Russian, German, Chinese translations, all of these translations that are put out there outside of the Hebrew and Greek have 6,800 very well documented mistakes. And these are not like small mistakes. These are fatal. Okay? Now, maybe one or two, three are deliberate. So if you have a King James or an NIV or whatever, and you read it, you're looking at it as a two-dimensional story. You're missing a lot of the information in the instruction. When you see it in the Hebrew and Greek and you piece it together, it's holographic. And the beauty of a hologram is no matter where you're standing in the room, you see it. You can actually walk around the room and see different aspects of it. Mm-hmm. The biggest problem with any English translation is the first verse. You're done. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. You're finished. Right after, if you go beyond that, you miss the point. Because that is, they've started messing with that big time. And I'll give a quick example. Christians go out and say you have to witness about the Messiah, right? And they go out, stand in street corners and do all this, that, and the other stuff, right? Well, the Bible's got very, very specific instructions on how to witness and who the Messiah was. And the specific instructions are this. It's very technical, actually, but simple. It's actually children can do it. When you go to John, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word, right? That's the specific instructions on how to witness the Messiah. Well, how do you see that? Well, in the beginning is Genesis, Bereshith, right? And the Christ said, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last. Well, he didn't say that. He said, I'm the Aleph and the Tav. The Aleph is the Alpha and the Tav is the Omega, or I'm the A to Z. I am the Word. So John says, here's the Word. He was in the beginning, and he was with Elohim, right? They translated it as God. And he was Elohim. So if you go to Genesis verse 1 in the original Hebrew, you'll see there's 7 words there. But in all of the English translations, there's 10 words. So you're going to say they added 3. No, they actually added 4 because they took away one of the Hebrew words. They're not translating one of them, and they added another 3. So this is the story. When you read Genesis verse 1, chapter 1, it says in Hebrew, Bereshit bara Elohim et ha-shemayim v'et ha'aretz. What it literally is saying is beginnings, Elohim, which is plural, created the Alpha and the Omega and the heavens and the earth. Now, who says he was the Alpha and the Omega? And what does John tell us to go and show people? That he's right there in Genesis 1, verse 1. And you don't get that in your English whatsoever at all. 0. It's completely eliminated. And you will never even have a clue that it's there that he is there from the beginning, first of creation, as he says. So basically, you're lost because if you saw the original text, in verse 1, you're going to say, who's this Aleph Toph guy right here in the beginning? Who's this Alpha and Omega in the beginning, or the A through Z? And then later on, you find who defines himself as such. So this is a technical matter. I'm not talking about what you believe in or faith. I'm just showing you a technical matter in the original text. Whether you want to. Do you see my point?
Yeah, we'll have to have you on for another call. We can't cover everything there is to cover in this call tonight.
No, of course. But we touched on the Bible, and I just tell people, please, let's get some discernment going here. Please, everyone, just a little bit. Just a little discernment goes a long way.
Well, thank you, my dear.
And you take care. Blessings to everyone, and stop calling your children kids.
Yeah, really. Terrible. And
Detox
just like,
time.
Yeah, and stop eating the crap they're putting on the shelves in the supermarket as food.
Yeah, stop asking for justice. That's what you've been getting. It's killing. Look, I tell people, the Europeans came over here for a period of almost 200, 300 years, I guess, until the large immigration, in the late 1800s, right, to escape democracy and justice because it was killing them. And people say, really? They don't get what I'm saying. Justice was killing them in Europe. It was killing, literally. They came over here to escape that. And it's like, wow, where do you start? So
yeah, really. That'll confuse a whole bunch of people, I'm sure.
Yeah, but if you know what I'm talking about, you will see that is absolutely true. Like someone says, my kid this and that. I'm like, since when do you have goats? You live in a studio apartment on the 3rd floor. It's like, well, you know what I mean. I said, yeah, kids are goats. What do you mean? Do you mean what you say and say what you mean? Well, if you don't, your word is no good, right? So if your word's no good, I can't have you as a friend. I can't do business with you. Any contract I have with you is not even worth the paper it's written on if your word isn't good, right?
Right.
So in Scripture it says, if you can't trust them with the little stuff, how are you going to trust them with the big stuff?
Yeah, you can't trust them at all.
So you got 300 million people plus running around not knowing what they're saying. How the hell are you going to go into contract? No wonder they beat you up. Look, in the Constitution, the preamble says we want to establish justice. Whoa!
People think it means something entirely different, right?
They're telling you right there, we're gonna wax your, we're gonna mop with, this is a big problem we got here now. Back then, and that's why it took they had to get rid of the literacy level. This was heavy-duty occultism. People say, well, they were more educated back then. They're not. They were not. They were more discerning, yes. But the level, by the way, the word education means to the training of animals. So if anyone wants to look that up, look it up. So being learned and knowledgeable is not educated.
So how would you say educated then?
You're learned or you're knowledgeable in a particular field. Look, it's very simple. If you look at a diploma or a degree from a university, okay, this is going to go over well with the audience. Go read if anyone has a master's degree or a doctorate or a bachelor's degree. You know what it says? Very presumptuous. This is what it says, and I know I've memorized it because I know about these things, right? The trustees of the university, in their opinion, recommend that such and such receive a degree of whatever. What? They recommend in their opinion? You mean there's nothing really going on here? Do you see how presumptuous all these degrees are? You mean I spent $100,000 on this degree, so in their opinion, they can recommend me to have it? I want something, a little stronger than that, Don't you?
Right.
And I got my diploma. Oh, really? Okay. And wait till you learn that the academia was established as a buffer zone simply to discredit those that didn't go along with, the theories. All academia.
Status quo. Yeah.
University means one way of thinking.
Yes. The real university in ancient times was a joke. It was there to amuse the aristocracy. When they wanted amusement, they brought in the clowns and the professors. The real that's how the university like we have today was established in ancient times. The modern the actual university in those days was not in buildings like we have today. It was in the marketplace. People would meet every day at the marketplace, and there would be someone on a soapbox that made a discovery, or there would be discussions in cafes. You would have masterships and apprenticeships. That's where real knowledge was taught. The academics were always made fun of. You can go looking throughout history, going back all the way to ancient times. The academics were always made fun of, but in the past 100 years, they're being looked at as authority figures in knowledge. So that's the position we're in, people.
Right. Wow.
So maybe they're the ones that I've heard. You don't know how many doctors of doctors I know. A doctor of doctors is someone who teaches doctors, and they ask them the most basic questions, and they can't answer. I mean, even about their field, the most basic stuff. They're like, I'm just doing a job. I've got car payments. I don't know. I needed the degree because I didn't want to scrub floors. So be careful.
Well, yeah, we have to learn what the words mean before we speak them. Otherwise, we don't know what we're going to be attracting to ourselves.
Exactly. It's a law of attraction. You know? It's the law of attraction. So if we can't take, look, they say don't sweat the big stuff. It's all small stuff, Oh,
that's true.
Thanks.
Well, thank you so much.
And blessings to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Robert, are you there?
Yes.
We have a lot of intelligent people that come on our calls. It's quite enlightening sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Carl's on yet. I can't tell. Carl, if you're on the call yet, press *8 so I can find you. There's a lot of people on here, and Constitution Man. Damn, I wasn't going to do that, too. Constitution Man, are you out there? Press *8 if you are. Otherwise, I guess we can continue on, Robert. I guess he isn't. Hold on a second. Let me look here.
To introduce two people who are defending the Scaticoke Indian tribe using things they learned from Constitution Man.
Say that again, Paula.
I just want to introduce two people who are going to court right now to save the reservation of the Scaticoke Indian tribe using methods they learned from Constitution Man. This is Mickey and Janet. Maybe they can say hi.
Hi, welcome.
Yes, thank you for allowing us.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Mickey, and the Indians over here on the Akwesasne Reservation call me the Rock, the Little Rock, and I'm recognized as the Rock on the other reservation. We're standing up for the rights of the Scaticoke Indian tribe, the people who live on the reservation, and I would like to, before I talk about the Indians and the constitutional issues that are happening there as far as law, I would like to refer back to your last speaker and the knowledge of the Hebrew and the Catholicism and the books. And what we've discovered is when we watch the petroglyphs on the stone, it's like the holograph again, which allows you the ability to see more. When you go pay attention to the stones that are set out in the woods and in the fields, the large rocks, the shadows go across. But we want to talk about the Constitution. We were just in court today in a superior court in the state of Connecticut in the county of New Haven, where Yale and Harvard are. We feel most of the law came out of Yale and Harvard. The oldest law school in America is in Litchfield County, Connecticut, the Constitution state. So we're really interested in trying to participate in this accord of realizing our rights. We are a sovereign people on a sovereign land that has never given away any of our rights as far as land or sovereignty. We haven't set our boundaries. We've never escheated to the state or signed any agreement as long back as the 1778 treaty, the Treaty of 1778, which is before the Treaty of 1784. These things have to deal a lot with the Constitution, since the Constitution was enacted from the people, for the people, by the people, we the people, and it's a little bit confusing, we know. But the Constitution is based and indoctrinated on the Indians' Constitution. They used the Treaty of the Six Nations in 1784, which was, the treaty was set out through conquest. The boundaries were set on those Six Nations, the Iroquois Nation. And the premise of the Constitution was set up by indoctrinating the Indians' Constitution. The sovereignty of America, the Republic, was created through the use of the Indians' sovereignty, the English colonials. The Six Nations, correct, the Six Nations of 1784. I'm sorry?
That would be the idea of sovereign states.
The idea of sovereign states. Well, the Republic of the Americas was allowed by the King and Queen of England under common law. This country was already incorporated. A lot of towns were incorporated under common law, 1734, 1600s, in the state of Connecticut, which are still acting as corporations today. They've got the towns incorporated still, saying the deal. But again, the corporations are the problem. You know, the Constitution needs to be upheld, and more people need to realize what the Constitution is. It's not being recognized by any courts. I can tell you that. I was there today, and the judge didn't want to recognize any constitutional rights. That was the fact.
Yeah, they're taking the land away because they want to build a casino, and it's some of the most gorgeous land you've ever seen. It's breathtakingly beautiful.
Well, they're taking the land away not to build a casino there on that particular location, but they're taking the land away, ignoring the laws that have already been set forth, such as the 1790 Non-Intercourse Act, which says you cannot take any Indian land without an act of Congress granting the land transaction. So therefore, again, the judge is participating in fraud by giving away this land that he well should know, because he can't claim ignorance, that he doesn't know the laws of the land can't be given away. No Indian land can be transferred. But they're doing it.
You wonder if the judge gets out of his jurisdiction, and I mean, this goes back to the tribe that helped George Washington, you know, so you want to honor your agreements with those who were, you know, your allies. I'm wondering if they screw this up and a lower court determines something that really an act of Congress is supposed to take, would that invalidate all the other treaties? Because all the land belonged to the Indians at one time.
Well, they haven't lived up to one treaty.
Breach of contract.
Yeah, they haven't lived up to one treaty yet. I've lived on the reservation for 7 years and learned Indian law from the elders on the reservation, who learned from William Counselor, their Moon-Faced Bear, Golden Hill Pegusset. The people who truly are learning from AIM, Clyde Bellecourt, Vern Bellecourt, rest his soul in peace. The other guy with AIM there, the sellout. You know, we have some sellouts in the group, and nobody wants to face it. But the judges aren't using strict judicial scrutiny. We arose the issue of jurisdiction at the hearing today. We stood up as a sovereign, as an amicus of the court, approached the bench and spoke. They allowed us to speak on record at the court, but the judge did not want to recognize anything about anybody's constitutional rights, and he didn't want to recognize the facts that you can't transfer Indian land without an act of Congress. We happen to be on the oldest Indian reservation in the United States of America. It was here in Connecticut. It was the reservation that they used to help create the democracy of the United States of America. These were the Indians that contributed to the democracy of the United States of America by partnering up with George Washington to fight against the British. You know, my speech is in a little...
May I interject something for you?
Yes.
When you spoke with the judge, did you make a testimony?
An affidavit of truth?
It was a hearing. It was a hearing today at the courthouse. There was 5 lawyers. I spoke as an amicus. The judge mumbled a bunch of stuff at the beginning of the hearing. It was a closed hearing just for the tribe, which was being not represented at all by anybody except the chairman of the tribe.
Okay. The point I'm getting to is this. This happens to a lot of people. They go into court, and the judge invites them to speak, and they speak, and they speak, and they speak. And then they get a ruling that is utter garbage, like what you're talking about.
He ruled prior to us even going there. He already made a ruling by the time I got to speak or the chairman of the tribe got to speak. He already cut a deal with the lawyer that was in charge of this claiming title on 49 acres of Indian land. It's a 20-year-old civil case.
Okay, what I'm getting at, the point I'm trying to get across is this. What most people don't know is that when they say something in court, it doesn't count as anything. And the reason it doesn't count as anything is because the court moves on facts put into evidence by means of testimony. If you don't have testimony, you have nothing. So what people speaking, whether it's the attorneys or yourself or anyone there speaking, when it's not testimony, it's like burps, farts, coughs, and air conditioner noise. It's just noise. And so what happens is the judge gets to choose which noise he prefers. And he's going to prefer the noise coming from the attorneys. That's the problem. Now, if you go in there and right from the beginning, as soon as the judge turns to you and says, okay, what do you have to say? What I do to him is this. I say, I understand that I'm to accurately state the facts, and if I knowingly inaccurately state the facts, I may subject myself to penalties for perjury under the laws of the United States of America. Having qualified my testimony here today, I hereby state for the record, blah, blah this and blah, blah that.
Amen.
And now I got their attention because it is testimony. And I could qualify my testimony if I'm at the defense table or I'm at the podium or I'm up at the altar, whatever. I could qualify my testimony and proceed as testimony which supersedes all the other noise.
And I've been trying to study and cram the information in.
You mean because it's backed up by the affidavit of truth that then is in their court?
All affidavits are hearsay until they're testified to. So the way you bring in the affidavit is you do that preamble like I just said. I understand that I'm to accurately state the facts, and if I knowingly inaccurately state the facts, I may subject myself to penalties for perjury under the laws of the United States of America. Having qualified my testimony here today, I hereby state for the record that my affidavit such and such is true, correct, and accurate. Now I've turned the affidavit from hearsay into testimony.
Right, and then
the whole thing.
Right.
Hey, Mom, I tried to do that by using the Black's Law Book under testimonial evidence because they were allowing us to testify at that hearing today. He was making a judgment on behalf of the transfer of the title of the land that's been sitting on his case for 20 years. He made some other mistakes, but I used the Black's Law Book where it says testimonial evidence. I broke my Black's Law Book out there. A person's testimony offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted EXP evidence elicited. I was speaking better this morning from a witness. So again, I broke out my Black's Law Book and I says, evidence of title, the means by which the ownership of land is satisfactorily demonstrated within given jurisdiction. I arose the issue of jurisdiction as well. But again, he brought up evidence that we haven't had a lawyer representing us for 20 years. So this has been sort of, it has a stay on it while another group was trying to assume our identity through the Bureau of Indian Affairs with representation, representation. So our biggest problem is being misrepresented for 20 years because we're trying to remain sovereign. We are trying to educate ourselves more, but we keep getting these lawyers who say, we'll come pro bono, we'll help you, and we know we're getting screwed right away then. As soon as the pro bono comes with the boots on,
and they start allowing us to be judged by our race, color, and our creed, we really know we're getting screwed. You know, we're trying to push them back to constitutional law by standing up as sovereigns independent of a attorney with assistance of counsel, which today, again, I was using the assistance of counsel being Mr. Miller, a Constitution man, and Gene Keating, who I've been watching their videos and learning. I haven't had but 6 hours, but boy, I was able to bite them a little bit today. You know, that's why I'm a little whipped. You know, I mean, I've been studying it pretty good, but I'm a little tired today, and I'm sorry to bring that through on your show.
It's okay. No, you did good. I'm glad you succeeded or felt confident enough to speak your piece while you're in there.
Yeah, the hardest part is standing up and standing up to them a little bit more than just sitting and taking what they're giving you. Because I knew when they're talking about title, it did require a principal to be there and not just the agent. So we were, you know, pushing for our rights a little bit there, and we may have pushed them a little far in that court. But this Judge Dorsey's aware of 4 other determinations that came out regarding this tribe. He's had land claims sitting there since 1954 in the courts of Connecticut that have never been heard. Docket 112, by the way, in case anybody's interested in out there, Docket 112.
Yeah, I think it was your November 22nd show, Angela, with Gene Keating, talking about either subject matter jurisdiction or known persona. In other words, the agent can't the principal gives the power to the agency, not the agency.
That's what's happening with the liens on houses and mortgages right now. If it's not the principal producing the principal paper with the wet ink,
like MERS.
Right. But we're having some fun with it, and we're looking for more support out there. That we're trying to find some assistance of counsel, you know.
Yeah, so we're getting it through listening to your shows.
Right, your shows are the ticket. More people need
thank
to
you.
Thank you. There's very little media out there that's producing offering anybody the truth. You know, we stand by the truth, and that brings us back to the religious speaker prior, which again we believe is, you know, carved into the stone when people look a little closer. The paper has covered the truth of the stone for a long time.
That's beautifully said.
Hey, Mom, the veil needs to be lifted.
You keep saying, hey, Mom, what is that?
We're a matriarchal society. Most Indian tribes and nations are matriarchal, which honor and respect the elder women. The councils make it. You have a men's council and a cultural council. It's a democracy. You know, that brings back to Mom and the elder women to make the final decision whether we go to war or not. We honor Mother. Without you, there's no birthday, no holiday, no goodness, Mother. So we say, hey, Mom, God was a woman. Hey, Mom, instead of amen. The man's been controlling it long enough through the use of tobacco. And that needs to be... That's the poison, you know, the tobacco. The female plant, of course, is the plant that they've eliminated out of the equation and not taught in the history books, not taught in regards to the War of 1812. And I'd refer back to the Emperor Wears No Clothes, Jack era. But from there, you guys can take it from there a little bit.
Well, you know what's happening now is you think that California is more legal with marijuana, but it's really all about monopoly over these dispensaries. And something like sovereign nation.
It's all money driven. It's all about commerce.
Yeah. And so in the reservation and part of their spiritual practice, cannabis can be grown. So you can see that it would be a natural at the kind of prices it goes at because it's illegal, and you have this drug war, which is not a war on drugs but on human beings.
Right.
People into prisons to feed that system.
Maybe if I could.
They don't care about our health, obviously.
Yeah, but even what he said about tobacco is interesting. Because
they don't care.
The rap we usually get is
well, the Native Americans believe the medicine was always free. Your last speaker was talking about the landing of the Europeans here in America as well. The Indians gave the medicine, the food to the people that came to our shores. Our fathers, one father said kill them, the other said befriend them. We befriended them.
What did the women say?
Well, the women befriended them, you know, because again, we are an open culture. We accept everybody and we offer food to everybody. We don't discriminate. There was 60 to 170 million Native Americans on the colonial U.S. shores prior to the 1492 landing, according to Manituka News. You know, there's a lot of issues.
That's a lot of genocide.
That's a lot of extermination, but nobody's really paying too much attention. But again, when you look closer at the rocks, you'll see the true evidence. We're trying to bring that forth now because the rocks are really revealing. When you talk about where is the mountain that this apocalyptical event is to take place at, take a look at where the World Peace Sanctuary is, and you'll realize the World Peace Sanctuary created by White Light Yip Man. You'll learn a little bit more. But they're a little bit off. So we need to correct it and get the community, the first people, going again in the right direction. Again, all our credit goes out to William Commanda and Paul Lamont of the First Nation of the Algonquin people, the First Nation in Ottawa, Canada, and Manitoba, and the Americas and the Canada are not respecting the United Nations decision of September 7th, 2008, where the United Nations recognized all indigenous peoples' rights. The United States and Canada were two of the countries. There was, I believe, only two that failed to recognize indigenous peoples' rights. There was sanctions passed against the United States, but we know how those go. So what we need more people standing up. You know, we need the proper
we need the rights of everyone.
Assistance of counsel, right, the rights of everyone. But people need to learn the Constitution. They need to learn their rights. First step is learning the Constitution.
Because isn't that what Gene Keating says on your show?
Whoa, what's that noise?
Oh, it's New York traffic.
Okay.
New York City, 17th Street.
Wow.
19.
No, about loving yourself, right, Angela?
Right.
Love thyself.
Oh, he
Love
talks
thy
about
mother.
that. Ho'oponopono.
Amen.
I love you. I'm sorry. I forgive you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And, you know, we don't hold anything against our enemies. We want everybody to have water. We really have no enemies. You know, we wish the best for our enemies. Our wish, again, is for humanity, not ourselves. It's the children of the future. And we believe the land was given to us by our children. It was not given to us by our parents, but loaned to us by our children. Chief Seattle. That's a quote from Chief Seattle of the West.
Well, you know, some people are asking here, how can they contact you if they wanted to contact you or contribute to your cause?
The best way to contact or contribute is sittribe@yahoo.com.
Yeah.
SIT like sit?
Yup, that's the abbreviation for the name of our tribe, Schaghticoke Indian Tribe. I'll try and give you the email address again. It's sittribe@yahoo.com. All one word there, you know, Sit Tribe.
That's Mickey and Janet, and they're the real deal because I noticed when I Googled the name Schaghticoke that a couple of websites came up that were far glitzier and they have their donate buttons up.
The best way to discover it as well is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a wonderful resource. When you put it up on Wikipedia and it becomes an argument, they actually do some homework to find out the truth. And when you look up at Wikipedia, you will read a little more. We are not the STNCK. You'll understand when you read it. You know, STN
okay,
stands for stink. We are not stink.
Is there? Do you have a website?
Our website, there is a website that's associated with us that's held by some of our associates, which also comes up under bird there, which is it's a grosbeak, I believe, or a yellow oriole, but that site is not really supporting the truth. They haven't offered proper representation. Actually, what they've done is they've sort of hurt us a bit by misrepresenting, you know.
We're just
okay, so then forget them.
Right, we're pretty lame. Our P.O. box is
273.
Come on, speak up.
273.
P.O. Box. Let's say,
Right.
This is my girlfriend, Janet. Janet's known as the golden-headed one. She's been the witness for the tribe. Recognized. We have a council with all elders, but Janet.
We're running close on time, and I want to get back to Robert if you don't mind. So it's P.O. Box 273.
Kent, K-E-N-T, Connecticut, 06757.
06757.
Correct.
Okay, so that's, and the name, should it just be Mickey and Janet, P.O. Box 273, Kent, Connecticut? What?
I want to hear Robert, too.
Okay, but what's the name on this P.O. Box?
Janet Lester.
L-E-S-T-E-R.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Mickey, and we'll try to please come on again and update us on whatever you're doing. We love to hear, experience. It's always good to share in the court, from the court. Okay, Robert, are you still with us?
No, I went away.
Oh, gosh, I'm glad you didn't. Robert, if anyone wants to get a hold of you, of course there's an address and link on the website, but why don't you go ahead and, is that all the same now? If someone wants to contribute or get a hold of you? Do you want me to just give them your email address or what?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that because, yes, I came back from being like a third of a month working at a distance and came back here broke. So if anybody has a donation they want to send, it'll be to the Truth and Justice Center, 1304, capital C, capital R, 1890. That means 1304 County Road, 1890. Bivens, that's B as in Bumblebee, I, V as in Victory, INS, Texas, 75555.
75555.
Yeah, you don't need to put
that's truth.
You don't need to put any names on it. It'll get to me.
Right, Truth and Justice Center, 1304 CR 1890. That's Bivens, Texas.
Correct.
75555. Got it. And it's also on the website. If you click on guest speakers and click on Robert Fox's name, it'll take you right to there. And there's also a whole slew of documents there that he's sent to share. So you might want to take a look. Maybe you can use some of it. But contact Robert. And Robert, you do help people, right?
Yes.
Just need to take a little break maybe, or a little rest. I don't know. Are you up for helping more people, or,
well, I
are you on any
I try and help as many as I possibly can, and sometimes I can help them in like 1 or 2 minutes. They just need, one ray of sunshine in their situation, and it changes everything for them. Other things are more difficult when somebody is like utterly clueless and they've gotten themselves in one heck of a jam, and it requires an immense amount of work to pull them out of the fire. Sometimes I can do that and sometimes I can't, just because of the time restrictions.
Yeah. Only so much time in the day. Well, geez. Does anyone else have any questions? Oh, we sure do. Oh, Jack Bauer, hi.
Vicky again. How do we form standing in the court? We filed standing. How do we get them to recognize us in the court as sovereigns? At this point, we've been here a long time with them, trying to get them to recognize us.
Well, sometimes they won't tell you, but they're not recognizing you as sovereigns when you have a social security number when you have a driver's license, that kind of stuff.
And I've already used the UC 1-308 form to try and eliminate all that. We have a federal ID number. You know, we've been here for a long time, about, 1734 our reservation was set up. But I'm using the Black's Law Book on standing and things like that. The federal government has told me to file standing with the lowest court in the land to get recognized, to have standing, to be sued or to sue. And I'm wondering if they're offering me in the right direction, Mr. Fox. I appreciate your time.
Well, it's interesting that you mention that because the sovereign can't be sued.
Oh, I understand the cloak, but they're trying not to recognize anything. They've actually recognized the fraud group, which is intertribal. They've been taking grants in the wrong group's name for about since 1994. They've passed a lot of legislative law since 1994, which doesn't really apply to us. We're Chapter 824 Indians in the Connecticut.gov, CT.gov, and that's basically what we try and go by. Whereas they've recognized, they try and uphold our sovereignty forever. They say you have the same sovereignty you've had before the Constitution was formed, which I understand is common law, but under British occupation. But they're really ball busters there. They try and take everything down to the last 400 acres. We used to have 3,762 on that parcel.
And you're down to 400.
And now they said in the last few months, 280 acres. They said they have a 3,000-acre lease signed in 1904 from the Connecticut Light and Power Company, which is 999 years. And I tell them there's no such thing. It's 3 6s upside down they've got written there in the paper. But we're worth doing some research on. The spelling of our tribe is SCHAGHTICOKE. If anybody got that, we're the Little Hidden Group, which the municipalities is all underneath Indian law here in the state of Connecticut. Through legislative law, they put all municipalities under Indian law. So they're not having to produce any paperwork to show anybody because they're sovereign too. Direct conflict of interest, I believe, but we really need more help out here with people that are willing to represent as assistants of counsel. And I did listen to quite a few of your shows already, Mr. Fox, and it's really helped us as well because we have 3 court cases going on right now. The state of Connecticut is trying to evict me off of the Schaghticoke Indian Reservation as well. So it's pretty wild, We have self-determination described through legislative law through the 1973 Reorganization Act of the Indians. I don't know if anybody else...
You know what? You're going to have to get on... deal with this on the side because we can't cover it all in the talk show. And here, and I think
too fast, and I know Jeff doesn't want to.
Constitution Man just came on, and I'd like to get him on, and we still have a whole bunch of people waiting in line. So,
Angie, can I ask a question or make a statement real quick? It's Jack Bauer.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
How you doing,
I
Angie? Great show tonight, Angie. God bless you.
Thanks.
Robert, I was talking to him earlier. I'm going to share a little secret with that Robert may or may not want out, but I'm going to give it out here anyway. Part of the reason he didn't have a complete win, you asked earlier about he helps people. As I understand it, he was so physically exhausted from helping so many people that he wasn't at his best to go in and kick their living hell out of them. In fact, he was actually doing other people's work while he was conducting his own trial. That's how big a heart this man has. So, Robert, from me to you, I've got a large settlement coming here. It should have been here by now, and I'm going to send you $500 to $1,000 right off the get-go because I know you're one of my greatest heroes I've ever had.
Good man, good man.
So that'll be on the way. Same with you, Carl. I'm going to take care of you too, my friend. So.
Oh, you mean Constitution Man?
That's greatly appreciated.
Captain Lyon.
We want to let them understand that we're more interested in the Constitution than the individual man.
I understand, but we all got to put bread on our table one way or another.
Oh, that's good. You got to pay the light bill and the phone bill and everything else.
If we can get Butler or Steve out of jail, him and I are personally going to come down there to you, Robert, and help you get that church that you're wanting to get. So we've already committed to that. So.
Well, we're getting it back, and we're going to get a whole bunch of payola to go with it too.
Anyway, thank you.
They're going to pay for all this.
Yeah, and then some.
I'm glad you made it on, Constitution Man. We were
never say die. Never say die. I come back from the dead regularly.
Robert's been holding the floor for the 2 hours you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But I was in a black hole, and the phones just didn't work.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
And
I'm
that
glad
Indian
you made
fellow
it.
that was just on, I want to direct his attention to the Indian Affairs, Laws and Treaties, Volume 2. Go pick up that book, Indian Affairs and Laws and Treaties. You want Volume 2 on treaties, and that's going to open your eyes a whole bunch to how we're going to proceed on this. You also want to check out the Chickasaw-Cherokee Indian Nations Treaty of 1866, because till the sun falls from the sky and the rivers run dry, you got rights, buddy, as a sovereign Indian nation. Now what we got to do is start acting like a sovereign. We got to start getting hair on our tail feathers. We can't sit there and hide in the corner and hope to God somebody's going to come down with a magic twanger and plank it and pull us out of the fire. They're not. So I need to have my Indian folks understand you got to quit hiding in the shadows and step forward like Mel's two friends that got false arrested and false charged and false imprisoned. See? And they dared to speak out for the little shell, and guess what? Then they trumped up charges and threw them in prison. Okay, now we're trying to get them out right now. But Indians need to understand, you should have had an immigration treaty back in the 1400s. And them people that came ashore should have been promising to, just like they do on a Microsoft computer, you got to promise the contract before they open the file. Got it? And if you're going to stay here in this country, you need to understand this is Indian land, and you got to follow a certain set of procedures. And if you breach that, we reserve the right to kick your ass out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So obviously,
can we take some?
We Indians welcomed them in, took them in, taught them how to survive with all them lions and tigers and bears, and our reward is that they steal our shorts while we're asleep. You know, this is ridiculous.
We have some questions. Can you answer those?
Yeah, go for questions. We're doing our best.
All right.
We'll hang as long as we can.
Okay, great. And Robert, you stay on too.
Yes, Robert, it's good to hear your awake voice. I heard your
We've got North Nevada. North Nevada's on the line. Did you have a question for either one of our guest gentlemen speakers?
Absolutely. My hat's off to every one of them.
Great. Thank you. What's your question?
Are you off now? This is Paul Murphy.
What is it? What?
His name is Paul Murphy.
Hi.
Paul Murphy. I mean, I tell you, my hat's off to both of them. That's,
we're trying.
Well, thank you. Send them some donations.
Absolutely.
Make sure you
we're
put
trying
some
to
in for Angela, too.
So, yeah, absolutely. We got to come in.
We got to keep Angela on the air.
One at a time, gentlemen.
Going.
Did you have a question for Constitution Man or Robert Fox?
I just really wanted to get in contact with the man that is in regard to the Native American that was just speaking. I would like to get my information so he could get in contact with me.
Okay, go right ahead if you don't mind putting it out.
I would rather have you email it to Angela and quietly let her mail it to me so that you don't get any special treatments.
I think he wanted to get it to the gentleman that was talking, the Indian reservation gentleman.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, just send me an email. Right. I don't have, let's see here. Paula Gloria? Let's see here.
I don't want nobody getting special attention here.
I have his email address. It's sittribe, SITTRIBE, at yahoo.com.
All right, do that one more time. I'll write it down.
SITTRIBE, all one word. Sittribe, at yahoo.com.
Spell that Sittribe.
Sittribe. SITTRIBE.
Okay.
At yahoo.com. And that's Mickey and Janet.
Mickey and Janet. I've got that. So SITTRIDE.
SITTRIB as in boy. E.
Oh, B as in boy.
Tribe.
Okay. Tribe. Okay. Gotcha. Sister.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I needed to know. I mean, my hat's off.
Okay, then.
And Robert, congratulations, brother. Praise God.
Thank God.
Damn good job.
All right, we have more questions, so I'm going to move along here. Southeast Pennsylvania. Let me see if this thing will unmute here. Oh my, there you go. Southeast Pennsylvania. Did you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Go right ahead.
Okay, my name's Lou Nixon, and
Hi.
First of all, hello. I'd like to say hello to everyone. I know that Mr. Fox did touch my question. I was in court yesterday, and I sent an affidavit against my mortgage. The judge said that he would not recognize the affidavit, and I just didn't. It rattled me, and didn't know what to do from there. He said he would make a decision later that day. I did not get that yet, and I want to know what I could do from there.
Well, you can't do anything until you get a final appealable order. Technically, you have to wait for the judge's order. If you want to appeal it. If you want to appeal it, you have to have a final appealable order to appeal.
Okay, sir.
What you could do is file. I don't know why the judge did this. It doesn't make sense to me. If nobody objected or countered to the affidavit, why is the judge, unless there was some imperfection in the actual affidavit itself? Now, normally an affidavit, you're swearing, one, that you come before the court, you hear your name here before this honorable court, first being duly sworn, to hereby say and depose the following, okay? And then the first thing you have to declare is that you are the above noted affiant, okay? And that you have not, that you are of sound mind and body, and that you have firsthand knowledge and are able to testify and voluntarily choose to do so concerning this matter, okay? And that you have not filed this affidavit for any vexatious purpose to restrain any officer in the performance of their duty or to cause a harassment or a cost of litigation to go up, that the affidavit is true in fact based upon reasonable inquiry, that you technically have suffered irreparable harm of some kind at the hands of whoever, and you need the assistance of this court to redress your grievance and get your justice, to exhaust your grievances and get your justice. And if this court won't do it, that you will continue to be irreparably harmed by this party, whoever, bank or mortgage company, okay? And that you basically are now going to tell your story, the truth of this whole matter, okay? Then at the end you put further affiant saith not, right?
Yes.
And you sign the thing in front of two witnesses. It must have two witnesses or a notary public, and you draw a line, put notary public under that line. You draw another line, put my commission expires. They'll put a seal right next to that, and you sign it in front of their presence, okay, and give them proper identification such that they know it's you. That's all a notary does, by the way, folks. A lot of people think the notary is actually attesting to the veracity of what's in the document. She's not, or he's not. All they're doing is saying that they asked you for a reasonable identification, you gave it to them, and you appeared before them, and you signed it in their presence. That's all the notary is doing.
Okay, now, Mr. Fox, when I first submitted that affidavit a year and a half ago, I did use the notary public right there at the courthouse, and I did exactly what you said.
All right. Did anybody come back and counter it within 30 days?
No, it's been a year and a half. It was a year and a half.
Guess what? Technically, that affidavit was entered on the court record as evidence, and the judge doesn't have any right to now throw it out unless he can show some evidence of possible fraud.
Thank you, sir. And I kept saying, well, the bank is in default, and he said, well, testimony means everything here. The affidavit means nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true. It's in evidence before the court that they did not counter. Now, did you ever write them a letter asking them to verify the debt pursuant to Title 15 United States Code, Section 1692, parens G? They got 30 days to answer that and verify the debt. Did they ever do that?
No, sir, and I didn't ask them.
Then did you ever send them a letter of default for not responding timely?
No, I
If I don't hear from you in 30 days, I'm going to assume that the matter is resolved in favor of me, and you obviously don't care to verify your debt, so I'm just going to disregard it.
Yes, and that's where I messed up at. I should have done that.
You haven't messed up because it's still there. We got a situation of laches incurring, laches being a species of integrity, where a person of normal and reasonable integrity has a right to take an action prescribed by law, and having failed to do that, give up all their rights. So technically the bank is still in laches. They're estoped from proceeding by laches. They did not answer up, and therefore they gave up all their rights by laches incurring, and they are therefore estoped from proceeding against you, technically, by law.
Yes.
Now getting the judge to honor all those things, there is the problem. That's the problem. These judges are in the hip pockets of these bankers, and there's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, but speak it on the record.
Well, this is the way it is, and and also I'll tell you that these judges are digging in and they're stonewalling, even though there are courts that have actually ruled that MERS is not a real party. They're nothing but a straw man. We had a big court ruling on the 21st of April here in Michigan, where a 3-judge panel of the Michigan Court of Appeals, and a vote 2-3, voted that MERS was not a real party in interest, that they have no standing. They are not a real party. They do not have any standing to come before the court and bring this foreclosure. And all judgments that were given previously are now held in ab initio. They are set aside for both all the lower courts, the district court and the circuit courts. So all these foreclosures that they did get are illegal. So they have to, all those judgments are void ab initio from their inception, and that case was just rendered here in Michigan. Now, under the Constitution, Full Faith and Credit, Article 4, Clause 1, it's very clear that from state to state, the laws are supposed to be held the same. Now, a 3-judge panel can reach that decision in Michigan. Why can't that judgment be used in every state in the union? It says clearly that a reasonable tribunal has sat down and they've made a careful decision based on law and logic that MERS is nothing but a straw man. Now, you also need to understand that MERS is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation, so technically, by law,
you know what? Somebody wanted me to ask you about that. Wanted me to ask you about that. Where do you see that? Where does it say that?
On their DBA, you're going to see. Look them up in their DBA. They operate out of Virginia. That's where their main office is.
Hey, just one more question. After I receive my decision, can I file the appeal myself?
If you have a final appealable order, you can appeal. Or I would just put my appeal in anyway, no matter what he does. I give you my constructive notice and claim of appeal. But when you go to the appeals court to file your papers, they're going to want to see a copy of the order. You aren't going to have one.
Okay, gotcha. So whenever
you're going to have to stay with that court and check and see when they decide it. Now, don't be surprised if that judge doesn't want to put his neck on the line and he just quietly walks away and doesn't file the order and lets you hang in the breeze.
Okay.
So you're going to have to stay with that clerk almost every day and check and see if the judge has entered an order.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Not to worry. All we want to do is try and give you at least a shot.
Okay,
get your day in court. But right now, I can hear all kind of denial of due process. So, and by the way, you have a right to sue that judge. Don't let anybody tell you can't sue him. He's got judicial immunity. That's all a horse puppy.
Okay.
There's two cases for sure. One of them is Owens versus City of Independence. That's 100 Supreme Court 1398, and the other is Maine versus Thibodeau, 100 Supreme Court 2502. That came down in 1982, and it says, "Hey, Judge, you're deemed to be an expert on the law. You're to advise us of the law. You can hardly claim that you act in good faith for willful deprivation of basic constitutional rights. You're a learned judge, for God's sake. How could you do that? Why, that would be an absolute breach of law, and for a judge to do that would make the law look stupid. Therefore, there is no judicial immunity. If you deny me my constitutional rights, you do so at your peril. And the reality is you can be sued." Then there was another case that came out, Hafer versus Malo, 502 U.S. 21, which says, hey, you can be sued in your individual capacity under Title 42 United States Code, Section 1983. If you violate somebody's constitutional rights, in your own capacity, you can be held accountable for that, and you can be sued. And even though you are an officer, quote unquote, and again, if you're an officer, you have to be you have to be doing your job in good behavior. If you look up your Article 3, Clause 1 of the Constitution, it says, judges of the Supreme Court and Inferior Court hold their office during good behavior. Well, if you're breaking people's constitutional rights, you're not in good behavior.
That's right.
So it's Article 3, Clause 1. Judges of the Supreme Court and the Superior Court hold their office during good behavior and shall receive for their services a valuable compensation, which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Now, guess what? Since no stipulation was made as to what constituted diminution, all diminution is forbidden. And I actually got the Chief Justice of the Michigan Supreme Court totally off when the IRS tried to shut her down and close her out, because I told her she was immune. She was totally immune from the IRS. And she says, how do you figure that? And I explained to her, Article 3, Clause 1, judges of the Supreme Court and Superior Court hold their office during good behavior and shall receive for their services a valuable compensation, which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. So all you judges out there, you're immune. I also look up, what is that case? I'm a little tired tonight, don't mind me. There's a case, Judge so-and-so sued the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, said he diminished his salary during his continuance in office, and therefore he was constitutionally immune. The Supreme Court agreed with him and said, you're absolutely right. This was a judge in Indiana. He sued I.R. Gore of the Internal Revenue Service and told him, you diminished my salary during my continuance in office, and the Supreme Court held. They said, Judge was immune. He's totally immune. So all you judges out there, and by the way, that Chief Justice pulled me in the corner and says, you're kind of a handy fellow. You know that? And I said, well, I tried, Judge. And I know you're doing a hell of a job yourself trying to keep it even, Steven, square deal, level playing field in your Supreme Court. So I'm willing to help anybody who's willing to do that. So all you good judges out there, you know there's a guy in the corner you can come get help from. I'll help you. All I ask is that you be square deal, that you treat people with dignity, and that you follow the law exactly as written. And I'll help you too. So I don't go with that standard norm that all judges are crooks and all cops are bad and all this stuff. There are some bad on all parts, just like in any other group of people. There's bad and good. Yeah. But there's some good and there's some bad. And a lot of people just want to paint the thing with one brush that it's all bad, and there's no way you're going to get your day in class. It's all horse puppy. I don't go with that. I believe you have to go on an individual basis, just like with everybody else. It doesn't matter what color, race, religion, where they were born, where they dropped out of their mom, or what else. All that stuff is horse puppy. We can't be debilitated and blinded, into prejudicial thinking without logic, because you just end up putting your head in the sand waiting for somebody to kick someplace you don't want to go. So,
About the bond for the judge. Here in New York, I called up and they say that the judges aren't required to have bonds, even though I got them.
All judges are required to have bonds. I don't care what they say. Now, here's what's going on, so you know. What these judges are doing is they're going under the blanket bond of the city employees. See, every city and municipality has what they call a loss inventory control officer, and those loss inventory control officers are responsible for the indemnification of the city and or their employees for their acts or failures to act. And there is a blanket bond that the city goes and buys. Usually it's through a company. In Michigan, it's Michigan Mutual Insurance Group. Lloyd's of London was in there for a while. Farmers Insurance Group was in there for a while. Meadowbrook Mutual Insurance Group, Michigan Mutual was in there, and what happens is they have a blanket bond that covers the whole city. Now, normally the judge is supposed to go out, and this in Michigan it's MCLA 8510 that says he's got to have his oath of office filed within 10 days of the election, and it's 85.11 that says he has to have a bond filed within the same 10-day period. Now, they have since done away with that, and they have said, well, the judge has got a bond. He comes under the city municipal bond for all employees for theft. Who's going to charge the judge with theft?
Yes.
Nobody. You see? You go down there and charge the judge with theft, they're going to throw a net on you, and you're going to get psychiatrically evaled. You got me?
Yeah.
So they hide in the municipal bond. So you got to go down, collar the municipal people that handle that, the loss inventory control officer, the city treasurer, and you got to pin their hide and say, okay, I need to know who your indemnifiers are. Then you have to contact the indemnifier and say, well, do you insure Judge so-and-so and bond him for his performance of his duty? Because I wish to file a claim against that judge for violating my constitutional rights. And you have to file a formal affidavit of complaint. And then you have to serve that affidavit of complaint on the city and on that judge, and he has a chance to respond if he wants to deny or do whatever. Do you understand?
No, listen, I was really persistent. It caused a real uproar. I went back the next...
Oh, I'm sure it did. They don't like to give that kind of data out, you see.
I did the Freedom of Information Act for them. I said, look, this comes right off...
They don't have to respond to the Freedom of Information Act. They're a private corporation. The government part has to respond to it, but the individual doesn't.
Well, then they told me to call up to Albany on Monday, because
well,
Memorial Day was...
chasing your tail like you cannot believe, but I'm telling you that's how it works.
But how you find it? Because they said to go to the...
Well, you have to go to the Loss Inventory Control Officer, then you have to ask them who your indemnifiers are, and then they'll want to know why do you want to know. I said, well, I have a claim that I wish to file, and I'm going to actually file a claim against you, the city of, and your employee, the judge of whatever court that you're talking about. And I'm claiming that he damaged me, that he did not honor my constitutional rights in an open court of law before witnesses, and I got all kind of witnesses who will swear on affidavits, and I'm pursuing the matter, okay? I've also filed a grievance with the Judicial Tenure Commission of the state. Most states have a Judicial Tenure Commission, and you can file a complaint with them. But I will tell you, in most states, they don't do nothing about it. That's the problem. You're
getting a little muffled there.
You're
Constitution. There.
Let's try this again. Hello?
There you go. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Well, this thing keeps going lower and lower and lower. I think it's trying to get me to see how close I can get to the floor before I fall asleep.
Oh, gosh.
All right, now.
Well.
This is how it's done.
We could
if you want to know.
Okay.
That's how it's done. And they're not going to help you. They're not going to kiss you on both cheeks. They're not going to say, oh, we're glad to see you. Come on down. You're going to have to just go down there, put your best business face on, grit your face like flint, and just go in there and say, look, I got a problem here. Maybe you can help me. I'd really appreciate it if you did help me, because my situation here is my constitutional rights have been totally trampled here, and I need to get some kind of redress here, and I'm seeking that redress in an intelligent, rational manner, and I wish to file a serious complaint, and I want to know who your indemnifiers are so that I can process that complaint through those indemnifiers. Now, if they obstruct you, technically they can be named as the same thing as the getaway driver in a bank robbery. You see, the guy who drives the getaway car, he gets charged for the same thing as the guy who went in the bank and robbed the bank. It's the same charge. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're an accessory after the fact, you see. Yes. So if you're going to aid and abet this guy to get away with this, and I'm going to name you as a third-party adult defendant also. So do yourself a real big favor now. Just do your job. That's all I'm asking. Just give me the data that I request. I need to know who your indemnifiers are. I wish to file and prosecute a complaint against Judge so-and-so. I have affidavits. I have witness statements, everything that he totally violated my constitutional rights in open court of law. And in the old days, the law used to say at Title 18 United States Code, Section 2381, it says, if two or more witnesses of the same overt act in open court of law see that a judge does not uphold the Constitution, he is subject to the charge of capital felony treason, and upon conviction he shall be taken by the posse to the nearest Missouri Tender Section, and at high noon hung by the neck till he is dead, 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 as an example to anybody who would take their oath of office lightly. Now that's what the old law used to say. Obviously they've cleaned it up since then. But when this country was founded, if you didn't keep your oath of office, that was considered a treasonous act. You were definitely in violation of serious law. And if you dig into your Title 18 United States Code, start checking around 2381, Section 2381, 2382, 2383, 2384, in that area, you're breaking down the laws of the country, the Constitution, thereby creating chaos and anarchy. So you're aiding and abetting the enemies of the country. So that's another treason. Do you understand? There's all
I got his oath of office, but then I got to wonder, did he do it to the copywritten Constitution? Is there a difference?
No, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not even going to give him that out. As far as I'm concerned, we're talking about my Constitution. I don't care what Constitution he's going by. I'm going by my Constitution.
So that was, I could get
that's the original Constitution. And I'm not going to play that game. I didn't hit you, my hand did. If somebody pulled that on you down at the lunchroom and they punched you in the face, and you clearly saw they punched you in the face, are you going to sit there and listen to him tell you I didn't hit you, my hand did? No, you're going to punch him right back.
Okay.
So this is a whole bunch of hoodoo, and they hand all this stuff out. Well, there's these United States and there's the United States. Well, they're absolutely right. The original country was these United States. These United States form these United States of America. And all the old paperwork had these United States on it. All the new paperwork now has the United States. Why? Because these United States went bankrupt on June 5th, 1933. Actually, they went out of business in 1861 when their son died to Congress at the start of the Civil War. And they've never had a full congressional body assembled for a 2/3 majority vote on anything since then, technically. They had. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought they blew me off. They don't usually like me to get that stuff out. Well, anyway, to make a long story short, we're going with these United States. I don't want to hear the United States theory of corporate law. And their corporation has taken me and made me a non-person. They've made me a piece of property. They've made me a slave, literally. And Benjamin Franklin was exactly right. You know, when he was asked coming out of the Constitutional Convention, so what do we have here? And he said, a constitutional republic if you can keep it. But it's up to us to keep it. The problem is we didn't do it.
Right.
So we got a problem here. Now, are we going to sit here and allow these guys to play this game? I didn't hit you, my hand did. I think not.
Right.
I want my constitutional rights. I have my constitutional rights. I don't want to hear about the United States constitutional rights. I'm not even going to give you that game. As far as I'm concerned, it was done in fraud. Did they declare to you and tell you exactly what they were doing when they did it? No. So where's the contract? There couldn't have been a valuable consideration. There couldn't have been a full and open putting out of information about what they were doing. They didn't tell you, well, by the way, we're redoing the entire United States. We're going to call it the United States now.
Right.
And,
No
and the rights are limited under the United States. You don't get as much rights as you got when you was under these United States. Nobody came and gave you full consideration. Nobody gave you a chance to study all this and see what they were doing. They just did it, and they just figured nobody would figure it out. And that's one of the problems we have with some of these people in Congress. When they did this whole Internal Revenue thing in 1939, they promised faithfully at the war that we're going to have this war powers tax just as a thing to help the country out fight this war, and we have a need to do this, and it's emergency, and we're going to declare this thing the law. So they did it, and then they promised faithfully at the end of the war they'd repeal it. Well, they lied. And now we're at 1954 at the end of the Korean War, and they carried that emergency forward and said, oh, we got to keep this 1939 War Powers Tax Act going because we got this war in Korea now. Okay, well, at the end of then the people were really screaming, hey, we're going to repeal this, right? Well, yeah, we're going to do it, and we'll make it the Title 26 United States Code. But when the thing got up in Congress and they started yelling back and forth, one congressman says, you know, they forgot to put the collection rules in the Title 26, so they don't have any collection powers in the Title 26. Those are all in the old 1939 Tax Act law, the War Powers Tax Act law. Now, one day after we put the date in here for the implementing of the regulation, the 1939 is going to be repealed, and we won't be able to collect nothing under the Title 26 new law because all of the old laws where all of those powers for collection were. So another congressman stood up and says, well, we just won't put the date in. We think that. American people are stupid. They'll never figure it out. We'll put it way in the back of the book, and that's what they did. At Title 26 United States Code, Section 7851. Now, read it, and you'll see I'm right. Read about 12 pages in there, and you're going to find out. My God, they wouldn't do that. Yes, they did. They actually did that. And Title 26 never was lawfully enacted into law. When I brought this to the attention of the United States Attorney down at the federal building, he ordered the marshals to remove me from the building because this meeting is canceled and closed. And I turned to him and I said, you must have a very, very good attorney. He says, why do you say that? I said, well, the Honorable Horace R. Gilmore, big round face, never smiles, has zero sense of humor. He ordered me to be here today to have this meeting, and I'm going to have to go back and tell him you told him to screw off and die. You weren't going to hold a meeting. You must have a very excellent attorney. And he goes, well, no, let's not be hasty here. I think reasonable minds can prevail. That's good. I said, answer my question. Where is your implementing regulation? You don't have one. Therefore, you don't have a law. You're just talking out of your hat. And you're harassing my guy with mail fraud. You're harassing him with false and fraudulent claims that are just totally unfounded in law. And now he's got to sit here and come to you and try and get some kind of an answer. And will you do the responsible thing and admit that you screwed up here and that you got the wrong party and just let my people go. Just let him go. He's not hurting nobody. He's not doing any crimes. He just made all this stuff up. And they let my guy go, and they haven't bothered him since. And
because you speak it with such confidence, you know, you go in there and you're so confident in people, you have to learn this stuff, and that way you can be confident when you speak it too. You can't just hear someone say it.
Yeah.
You know,
and
understand.
If you hear it enough, you can sometimes figure out pretty quick. But do understand here, we're not here with a chip on our shoulder. We're not trying to tell the government to screw off and die. That is not our purpose. Our purpose here is to let them understand that we do know there is a rat in the woodpile. And we do know that there's things are not right in Denmark here. They're not right. Something is definitely wrong. And we would really appreciate it if they would just give the people a little bit of credit for some brains, because we're the ones that do everything. We're the ones that put the rockets on the moon. We're the ones that fix your watch when it's broken. We're the ones that fix your shoes when you can't. We're the ones that, sew your clothes, cut your hair, pull your teeth, do your heart surgeries. It's the people. So this crap that we're dumber than a rock and we'll never figure it out. Let me tell you a secret, buddy. Your diction's too copious for my diminished comprehension. In the future, you should kindly endeavor to articulate more superfluously so you can figure out what the heck is going on here, because we already did it backwards. And we're on the return trip backstroke across that mode of ignorance, and you had better understand something. We want it fixed. We would like it fixed soon. We want you to put it back the way the forefathers originally intended. And we would like you to put it back for all of our interests, yours, ours, everybody's, our grandkids especially. Everybody got grandkids, right? You don't want your grandkids to imagine how bad it will be, 20 years from now when your grandkids are full. They're going to kick us in the head. They're going to go dig us up and hang us twice. Why? Because we didn't do nothing about it. Why did you let these people get away with this crap, Grandpa? Look what they're doing to us. They've enslaved the entire country. We can't have this. You people need to understand. We can't have this. God is going to hold you. Believe me, you wicked servant. If you're doing this stuff to deliberately, piss God off, you're really well on your way. And it'd probably be a real good idea if you change direction, because you're headed for the hot zone. You're going to have asbestos underwear to live there. So you really need to get your head out of your fourth point of contact and start realizing that it's in all of our best interest that we sit down like rational adults and we fix this. Put it back the way the forefathers wanted.
How can you do that? You have to enact we the people. We the people are the Indians with the extra set of rights. We're citizens of the United States of America, self-governance, self-determination, with an extra set of rights.
Think about what you just said.
How do I enact we the people?
You definitely need to look at the Chickasaw-Cherokee Indian Nations Treaty, because you are a sovereign nation unto yourself, separate and distinct, with absolute rights that have been sworn to on treaties and guaranteed under the law.
We were the original partner
of the 1778
treaty with the Lipan of the Delaware River Valley, but the partner, the Indians, haven't stood up. We risked our head if we stood up until after 1954.
I'm a little upset about that, too.
Land claim. The Indians haven't had rights yet. So it's when we have partners to help us stand back up, because the United States of America isn't recognizing the original partner, which was created equal. So that the Republic...
I do appreciate that. And I can tell you you're one of the partners that's going to make it happen.
Because
I'm also one of the partners.
Okay, one at a time, gentlemen, please. We can't hear either one of you.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Look. You claim your sovereign rights under that treaty, and guess what it says right out of the chute? It says, till the sun falls from the sky and the rivers run dry. I've told many an officer, is that the sun up there? You see the sun up there? I don't think that sun is falling from the sky. Do you see it falling from the sky? Well, no. Well, you see this stream here I'm fishing in right here? It isn't dry yet, is it? Well, no.
Called the home of the rising sun.
What happened? Yes.
But we need assistance of counsel. Thank you.
So until the rivers run dry and the sun falls from the sky, you don't have a cause of action for which relief may be granted. You understand? You just tell them that. And you're trespassing on my private land, and I would ask you kindly to leave. Now, if you come here with a purpose in friendship and just, help me, brother, hey, I'll even make you a hot cup of coffee. But if you come here to give me a pain in my tail,
you scared me.
But if you come to be a pain in my tail, you will be getting some serious damage to your tail feathers, and I will kick you off this land at the point of whatever it takes. I'm not going to play games with you. If you come here to harass me and otherwise abuse me and otherwise violate my constitutional rights and or trash my right as a sovereign Indian under the sun, you know, and the rivers are not dry and the sun is still high, you better get yourself a good attorney, because I'll sue your socks off. You got the wrong dude.
Hey,
he says, you unload your gun. I says, there's only one way I unload this gun, pal, and you do not want me to unload this gun.
They just stole my gun off the reservation last year. I have a court case going now that's been sitting there for 2 years. We filed all the voids, all the lack of jurisdiction, and they failed. They haven't answered any of the things that we filed on the motions.
They put the Indians into housing landlord court, landlord-tenant court.
Right. It's crazy. But
under what jurisdiction?
We're going to have to talk to you again off this line on a private line another time. We don't want to interrupt the show, but we thank you very much, Mr. Miller, and you are inspiring.
Well, let's slow down here. Slow down. You're going too fast. We got to make the morning last. We got to keep things low profile. And there's a bunch of reasons that we do that for good, for everybody's good, because I don't want people getting victimized on my responsibility. So we're going to use good judgment, because we know there are some dastardly dudes out there who would like to take advantage of the situation. But if they get me in court, they only have a chance anyway, and they already know that, so they're not going to bother me. But what they'll do is they'll come bother you see, just so I get to watch.
Oh, they've been harassing us for 2 years. We suffer from racism and everything. You know, they come down.
Go to your library, pull out the Cherokee-Chickasaw Indian Nations Treaty. That's the last really, really, really good Indian treaty that was made. And guess what? It declared all Indians a sovereign unto themselves.
You know,
so the sun falls from the sky and the rivers run dry. So you need to get a hold of that one. And I am an Indian. I am a direct descendant in the line of the great Chief Joseph. And I didn't find that out till I was an adult.
Hey,
but my great-grandfather was the one they called the Horse Whisperer. I used to go with him and my grandmother. They danced me on the rails to Hialeah. I used to have jockeys like Eddie R. Carroll come up and run their fingers through my hair telling me, hey, kid, who you got in the fifth? You know what I'm saying?
No kidding, really?
Yeah. And so I found this out and tracing my lineage back, and I know, and this guy, my great-grandfather, was the son of the great Chief Joseph. The one that said I will
get together because we are the home of the rising sun, the old ones of the river. They recognize us as pictures of the old ones of the river, part of the First Nation. Maybe we'll be able to get together and straighten this mess out.
Well, we want to make sure they need to understand there's Title 25 of the United States Code. We're going to start shoving that right where the sun don't shine if they don't get off their tail feathers and start fixing it for the Indians.
I've read Title 25. I'm very familiar with a lot of the paperwork you're discussing. I hold the Book of Broken Treaties. Not one treaty was upheld, but the 1786, the Treaty of 1778 is still good and going, but we haven't stood up as a partner. We were created as an equal, goods and service to be exchanged at times when necessary, but we haven't stood up and asked for anything. We've just been...
Well, we need to start standing up and asking.
Thank you. We've been pushing, but they keep trying to pop me back down. But
a lot of people have been sold a bill of goods that the Indians are savages, that the Indians were, vicious. The Indians were the most gracious people on the face of the world. If you study history, you'll find out the Indians were some of the most. They would give you far more than you could ever steal from them. I mean, they were just that gracious, and we absolutely took advantage of them. Like we got this property here called Harson's Island. It's a real rich, exclusive area in the Detroit area. And see, it's all owned by rich people now in fancy houses and $500,000, $2 million houses and all this stuff. Well, see, that island was leased by a Jacob Parsons for 100 years. And somehow, over that 100 years, he got the idea that he owned it, so he could sell it off. He didn't own it. He only had a lease on it. The Indians are now coming back saying, wait a minute here, we got ripped off here. We leased it to him for 100 years, but that 100 years was up last year. Now we want our land back. And all of these rich people are saying, what? What are you talking about? This island belonged to the Indians, the Chippewa Indians and the Ojibwe Indians.
Isn't that a 99-year lease? Isn't the limit on a lease 99 years?
Well, but I'm saying that's what they had. And this Jacob Parsons ended up taking the land for the 100 years on the lease, and then it just ended up getting named after him, and then somehow he got the idea that he could lease it out.
Right. The state of Connecticut
next thing you know, he's selling the property like he's the owner.
9-year lease on the power plant they put on our river, and we own the power plant, but they don't want to admit it or give us any free power. They're charging us twice as much.
Yeah. And you actually own the river, too, by the way.
Well, I know the maritime rights have all been reserved. We never gave up any, but they already told me that I can't use the water on the left of me. I can't use the water on the right of me. I've asked them, how do I water my gardens?
Well, you just tell them, quit smoking that stuff. It ain't no good for you. Just find something else to tease your brain with, because this is my land, my water, and I'm using it.
Oh, we are. We've had to invoke our Second Amendment right already. We're staying there, but they stole my gun already, and they don't want to give it back yet.
Well, go buy another
today on it.
Just go buy another one.
All right. Wow. You guys have to get in touch.
All right, we'll get in touch. Obviously, this is too big for this program. We want to just try and get as many questions as we can. And this thing is like a 300-year discussion. A 300-year discussion of travesties of the poor Indians.
Really?
And,
all right, we have another question.
I think we have a serious reparation to make with these Indians, because they have just done terrible things to these people.
Sure. Well, we didn't.
No, we didn't, but our forefathers, our ancestors did.
Yeah, well, the British.
That's probably why we were so ill-mannered. Yes, probably. A lot to do with it. Yep. You're probably
absolutely right. I would never do such a thing.
No,
but I'm a woman too, so that's...
No, that doesn't count. I don't buy that excuse. You're a woman count as a difference.
I wouldn't know.
You have every right, just like a man has every right. You have a right.
Yeah, but we're not warring,
just like anybody else.
Creatures. We're not, we are not. Well, I guess we could be lethal, like mama tigers protecting our children, but we're not that quick to send our sons out to war. Our sons and daughters.
Well, we're the ones who have to bury them, and we raised them all these years just so we can go out and bury them for what?
Yeah.
No, we're not going there. We want all our troops home, Mr. Obama. You promised the first thing that you were going to do when you got in office was you were going to bring our troops home. We want them home. Bring them home now. We're tired of them getting shot to pieces, coming home in wheelchairs, got it? Or metal boxes. We want them home. I went to the last 1st Air Cavalry Convention, and it was I was in tears. You see, you get these guys back. The lucky ones are the ones that live, got it? I go to this convention at Fort Hood, Texas, and everybody, I thought I was at a wheelchair convention. They're all shot to pieces, legs cut off, arms cut off, faces half blown off, all riding around in wheelchairs. We don't need another whole history of young people who are never going to know what it's like to get married and have kids and be a normal, regular person and run with their kids and play basketball with their kids. And this is all legal fauché, they say in French, bullshitting. We want our troops home. We want them home.
Yeah.
We want them to have their families who love them around them. We don't want them living in hospitals all shot to pieces in agony every day, waiting for the pill to come to put their pain away. This is all crap. I want my people home. I want my young people home, my men and women, the best. And I don't even want to hear this crap, but we didn't send the brightest or the best. Oh, that's all baloney. We sent the very best to Vietnam, I'm telling you. I know I was there 3 years in a row. So this is all. And then when they come home, they want to throw garbage and crap and eggs on you and call you a baby killer. There was a hell of a fight at San Francisco Airport, all because of that, because these troops did their duty, they served their country. When the Congress said go, we went. We did our duty, come home, you're going to do this to us? Hey, we're going to whip your ass. I had to go to a whole bunch of anger management classes by when I got back to the base, because I took them kids out of the bathroom, and they were ripping their uniforms off, throwing them in the trash. I said, what the hell is going on here? They said, Sarge, these people are nuts, man. They're going to kill us. We ain't even going to get out of the airport. I said, they ain't killing shit. You get them damn uniforms back on. Now, look, boys, Mom's at home right now cooking turkey dinner since 5 o'clock this morning. She's waiting for her sonny boy to come through that door with that magnificent uniform on so he can bust all the buttons off her blouse. She's been going down to the church every week giving the good father $5 to put the candle under the Blessed Mother to make sure you come home in the all-together. And you're coming home in the all-together with that magnificent uniform on, and nobody's getting in your way. You got me? Sir, yes, sir. I says, on top of that, you're going to want to take your best girl to dinner. What are you going to take her to dinner with if you ain't got no money because you paid double fare to go home in your cities when you could fly at half fare in your uniform? Is that dumber than a rock or what? And then you're going to what? Borrow $5 off of Mom tomorrow, put gas in your cars, and go look for a job? What are you kidding me? This is dumber than dirt. Now get that uniform back on and make it look real pretty. And they got it in line. I said, now give me a line of twos here. I says, now you got a buddy to your left and a buddy to your right. Got that? We break off in teams of 2, 4, 6, and 8. Got that? Whatever it takes, we take care of business. Anybody spits on you, throws anything at you, calls you baby killer, any of that other crap, we break off and whoop their absolute hippie ass. Is that clear? Sir, yes, sir. Fine. Let's do it, boys. And out the door we went. And I'll tell you what, them little plastic chairs, them little cans with the white sand in it were flying everywhere, and there was hippies flying every which way but loose. And then I'd lean back and go, road guard, we cover. And they'd get back in line, and we'd head toward baggage claim, and the two cops standing there. One says, now there's something you don't see every day, Clarence. And he goes, I didn't see nothing, Michael. Did you see something? He says, them hippies shouldn't have messed with them soldier boys, huh? Them boys were mean, especially that big one in the black beret. He looked damn mean. He hit that guy so hard he come right out of his shoes and just backflip in the air. And then I get down there to the baggage claim, and these guys are all laughing and joking. This one young black gentleman says to me, Sergeant, I'd follow you through hell with my drawers soaked in gasoline. You're my kind of sergeant. And I'm going home in my uniform, and heaven help the SOB that gets in my face. I ain't buying none of them apples off of that cart. I says, good boy. I says, you people don't have nothing to be ashamed of. You did your duty. When they called, you were there. Got it? You got nothing to be ashamed of. Now you keep that head high, and you just, until you die, and don't take no crap off of these hippie assholes, because I'm telling you right now, we're not putting up with this stuff. We're going home to Mom, and Mama's going to get a big smile on her face when we come through that door, and she's going to bust every button off of that blouse, and she's going to have her turkey dinner and her family home in the all together. And hope to God that you can keep that going and get you a job and be a regular good citizen. I don't want to hear any of this stuff, you know, feeling sorry for yourself, you know, doing stupid stuff and blowing
what an
your head
inspiration.
off.
You must have been such a wonderful mentor to those around you when you were in the service in Vietnam.
Everybody knew.
My gosh.
Everybody knew that sergeant meant what he said and said what he did. He told you don't smoke dope, he meant. He caught you with dope, he'd whip your ass. Not that there's totally everything is wrong, but I'm not going to be writing your mama a letter telling her you were biddly-bopping down the trail and you stepped on a booby trap and got all your vitals blown totally away because you were out here smoking dope instead of paying attention and concentrating and making sure you were stepping where you were supposed to be stepping. The hardest thing for me was writing those letters to their mom and apologizing. I should have been a better sergeant. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sure there's no way I can make this right. And you haven't lived till you have escorted a body home to a mom. You just have not lived. And that woman has got tears in her eyes, like, and you can't turn that water off. I don't care, you know, and I don't care if you got the chaplain there and all this stuff. And it's like, what am I going to tell this poor woman? She raised this poor child, 19 years, god-awful blood, sweat, and tears, and now she's getting him home in a box. You know what I'm saying? And you're the guy that has to deliver to the door and sit there and look at the trauma, and it's absolutely, it'll gut wrenching. I'll never forget it ever. That was the last time I did that. Boy, I'll tell you what. I even tear up now thinking about it. So the bottom line is, we got to do a better job. We got to do a better job. I want my boys home. Mr. Obama, you gave your word of honor on Coast to Coast Television. I got a copy of the exact video that says the first thing you're going to do in office is you are going to bring home the boys. Bring home all the troops, the boys and girls, all that are in harm's way, and we're going to quit doing this world policeman crap. I don't care who gets the rights to drill the oil in that desert. We got enough oil here to last us forever. If you just uncap some of them wells over there at Prudhoe Bay, we could bring the price of gas down to below 50 cents a gallon. Now, come on, let's get real. The American people are the smartest people in the world. We're not stupid. We will figure everything out eventually. We always do. Now, come on. Let's get real here. There's 4 big things you got to do, Mr. Obama. 1, you got to get them troops home. 2, you got to get everybody back to work, because this is baloney. This farming all of our work out to every other country in the world but us is dumber than a rock. And we got to send a message to business if that's what you're going to do. Go live in China. You want to put everything over in China? Go for it. But you're not going to live here. You see. We give you a good, comfortable life here, and then you go and trash it. and then you turn around and put us in behind the 8 ball, so you can get richer and dumber than a rock. You know, it's called charity begins at home, folks. You need to understand. We need our people back to work. The third thing we need these foreclosures and these bankers to understand they're going to keep running this the way they're doing. You better start planning on moving someplace because you ain't going to do it here. So you get it right and you get it right the first time. We want all these foreclosures fixed. We want the people to stay in their house. We want to redo the mortgages. Your best chance, I'm telling you as a friend, your best chance is to sit down with each and every one of these people that are being foreclosed on and make a deal with them, extend their note another 10 years, wrap the thing around the back end of the note, and let them have a chance to make a reasonable payment and stay in their house. Now, that's your best absolute option. You do anything else, you're dumber than a rock. You hold on to the property, you're going to hold on to it better in 3+ years. People are going to rip the pipes out, the wiring, everything. Nobody's going to take care of that property. Where right now you got a body that's living there that's going to take care of it. On top of that, the confidence of the people is going to go down and down and down. You're never going to get the total value of that property out of it if you hold the hard line. You'll never get it out. It'll never happen in your lifetime. So then what are you going to start doing? Burning the property down to collect the insurance on it? You think the insurance company is just stupid? They'll figure that out real quick. That's why the top bonding company in the country just filed for bankruptcy. They know where this is going. So you bankers, you want to hold the line, you want to play tough guy, go ahead. You're going to lose your absolute ass. You're all. Just remember, you own everything, right? So if it burns down, what do you got? Whoops. Probably don't want to go there, huh? So I'm telling you bankers out there, think big. And then start realizing you're going to have to do the right thing if you want to survive, especially if you want to come back to the government and ask for another bailout. Because right now, you wouldn't get pissed on if you were on fire. So you need to understand that. If you read the Bible, you see the part where the king forgave the one servant all his debts, right? Just so that servant could go down the block and go get his servant and castigate him for his debt. Well, then all of a sudden the king found out what happened. So he calls his same servant before him again and says, wait a minute, pal. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Now, I helped you out, and look where you go down the road, and then you're going to cut this guy's whatever off the last pound of flesh closest to his heart to cover his debt. Now, we have a serious problem here. And these bankers are in that exact same identical parable. And we reached into our pocket to bail those guys out. What, so they could come and foreclose on us twice as fast? Are we dumber than a rock or what? That just is not smart now, is it? That isn't good math. That's the GARP school of math you graduated from. So you guys need to get serious here and realize, let's start helping these people out, keep their homes, keep them in their house. Let's put some jobs back here. Let's get the money flowing again. Quit playing tight-fisted dollar, trying to drive us into the absolute third world nation status. We're way ahead of you. And you'd better understand that. And if you want a safe place to live here in the U.S. of A., the good old U.S. of A., you had better start realizing what you are. You're either with us or you're against us. We would kind of like you to be with us and use your talents to help bring us back to the golden age. We're hoping you're going to be smart enough to figure that out. And right now, it looks like you're going to double down. The word I'm getting from the courts and the banks is they're doubling down. They're going to try and push this to the max. They think they're only going to be a 2-year delay and they'll be right back online. Foolish children. Can't you see that 100-foot high water offshore? It's coming at 100 miles an hour. It's 100 miles wide. It's just like that tsunami in Japan. It's going to hit that shore and pick buses up and wrap them around buildings. Now, that's about what's to happen. You're just not smart enough to figure out that you're already insolvent. You just can't figure it out. Believe me, if you look at the real numbers, you're already insolvent because the money is going to all of a sudden come to a screeching halt, and you ain't going to be able to pay your bills, and then it's going to be foreclosure time for you, and then it should be interesting to see who eats who. And what I've been seeing is you people eat your own kin. You eat your own children.
They do.
Now, you need to understand something here. Let's let your heart go to church Sunday, reach out, and touch some intelligence with God, and let's put this back together like serious Americans for the best interest of all people. That's all people in the world. Because if America goes down the sewer, the world goes down the sewer. What do you want to take
do you want to take another question?
Sure, let's do it. I'm ready. I'm highly motivated and highly trained. If I just not bleed, I'll be real happy.
You're on a roll tonight, honey.
I am.
Okay, Richard.
I am ready, Freddie. This is America, land of the free, home of the brave. And let me tell you something. America fields the finest fighting soldiers, Marines, airmen, Coast Guardsmen. You name it. We're the best there is. We got the best nurses, too. They can keep us alive when we're all shot to pieces. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, Americans are a resilient bunch.
They're the best by frankly test. Now, you wake up and smell the coffee here and decide. I love to go to court and have the guy say, well, what group do you represent? And I tell them, well, I'm with the Americans. Maybe you heard of us. We never quit and we always win. Just ask Johnny Wayne or Jimmy Stewart or Clark Gable or any of them guys. You talk against America, you're walking on the fighting side of me.
That's right.
Let's fix it, people. We want to fix it in favor of us and our grandkids.
Right.
Yesterday would be too soon.
Okay, Richard NC, did you have a question for the Constitution Man?
Yeah, I have a question. I have a real quick initial comment, though. I wanted to tell the Constitution Man that I agree with him completely. I've worked in VAs for a long, long time, and I've worked with veterans in therapy both and also in a pain clinic in a VA with veterans from World War I through Gulf War, and even the Suez Canal. I had a person from that conflict that we were involved in, I think in 58. And I agree with everything you said about our soldiers.
They're the best. I frankly test. And they come home and all they want to be treated is fairly and decently. And when they come home, they're treated like garbage. They put a number on their DD-214 that says, ex-airborne ranger trained to kill an extremely dangerous man when provoked. Now, how's he going to get a job with that on his DD-214? And they don't spell it out. They just put the number on there. It's called a spin number, and it's right on the middle of your DD-214. And little did I know, and I'm going and handing these DD-214s out like candy to get a job. And I'm wondering, how come I can't get a job?
There have been a lot of injustices to our veterans.
Then you go to school trying to fix it. I'm working days, 10 hours a day, and I'm going to school at night carrying 7, 8 classes, pulling 5 A's and 2 and 3 B's. And these assholes come to me and tell me, well, we got to kick you out of school at the end of the week, sir. You haven't paid your tuition. I said, excuse me, sir, I'm a veteran. I'm on the vet. The VA pays my tuition. Got it? Oh, no, you got to pay it first and then they pay you back. No, that ain't the way it was explained to me, buddy. Well, we got to have the money at the end of the week. I said, I'll tell you what. You call up them VA guys. You tell them to cut you a check. And you tell them they don't even want to piss this soldier off. You tell them, go look at my records. And you're going to understand right off, you do not want to piss me off by frauding me. I busted my ass in engineering school. I'm not taking basket weaving here. I'm taking serious engineering. And I'm pulling 5 A's and 2 B's and working a 10-hour shift in a Chevy facility in the daytime. And I'm here to tell you, if I get kicked out of school after busting my ass like this, you better have your Blue Cross card on you handy because you're going to get a chance to test the theory to the maximum limits. Well, I'll just call the cops. It'd be too late for you. Now fix it. They had a check down there, and I stayed in school, and I got my degree. Play games with me, you got the wrong dude. I'll tap dance on your tonsils till your bowels move. Now don't play games with me. I served my country faithfully, loyally, true blue, 3 combat tours in a row. You got any kind of idea of the mental toughness to do 3 in a row? 1 was more than enough to test most people's sanity. I did 3 in a row. So I don't want you to understand I'm not a violent person by nature, only by misfortune. But if you ruin my standing here, I'm going to be highly pissed. And you're definitely going to see one hell of a mad dude because I'm pulling 5 A's and 2 B's. I'm busting my chops, and I'm not taking basket weaving 101. I'm taking engineering, physics, calculus, all the hard stuff, you know. So do me a favor. You treat me like a man. I went and did my duty. I'm a veteran. I'm entitled to my veterans' rights, and you just damn well better honor that. And I've been in these veterans' hospitals, and I've seen how they treat these veterans. And I'm here to tell you, this stupid nurse at 4 o'clock in the morning grabs me like he was going to slit my throat. Well, let's see, there was a bet. Well, let's see if we can get the old guy to clear the bed by 3 feet. What? Yeah, they had a bet. They were bored. They didn't have enough to do. Okay. So this idiot grabs me, a combat veteran, airborne ranger type, one each, and luckily there was a ranger in the next bed to me who yelled, okay? But this fool grabbed me at 4 o'clock in the morning like you wouldn't believe. I come out of that bed. Yep, I cleared it by a good 3 foot, and all of a sudden all he heard was... And I had him by the throat and was about to rip it out, and I told him, don't touch me when I'm sleeping. I'll kill you so good you won't even think. You got that, buddy? You think you're playing with somebody here? You're messing with your life. Well, all the other veterans at 4 o'clock in the morning, peaceful and quiet, heard this echo down the hall and absolutely broke into hysterical laughter. Some of them wet their drawers. They were laughing so hard. And all day that nurse, hey, are you jumping on any of them old poor people there? Do your mother have any kids that live? You know?
Can barely hear you.
He says, you're not a real bright star, are you? Well, the doctor comes up, finds out I ripped my stitches because I come out of that bed and like to rip this guy's head off. So he fired that nurse right off. But this is what veterans go through in a veterans hospital. And they're supposed to be there to help you. I had to go back into surgery and get re-stitched up. All because this guy wanted to play a stupid little game about, let's see how high we can get this. He's got PSD. He's stressed, man. And my ranger buddy in the next bunk, he just turned to the guy and he says, you better go to church this Sunday, buddy, and you better thank God, because you're lucky to be alive. That guy, if I hadn't yelled, I think he'd have killed you deader than hell. You just don't mess with these people. You don't mess with old paratroopers. They're just meaner than a junkyard dog. And they live to tell the tale, too. So do you think you might want to be a little careful around them? I mean, don't be spooking them and jumping them like, let's see if we can get them to jump out of bed. You know, I'll bet you can clear 3 foot, you know. And they take a pool on this stuff. Now, that's dumber than a rock. And I told that guy, you're really lucky. You should go buy 2 lottery tickets today because you're definitely a winner. You definitely are a lucky shit. Because I'm telling you, you're lucky also I'm getting old and I'm not as fast as I used to be when I was fresh out of paratrooper school. I'll tell you what, you would have been better than hell and deserved every bit of it, too. Now, stay away from me. Don't even get near my bed. Just stay the hell away from me and you'll live to be an old man. Imagine the intelligence to do something stupid like that. I mean, just, you know, not enough to do. Boring. So, I mean, I've been through a lot of stuff. So I'm very, very sensitive to the veterans and their issues. And I guarantee you that nurse won't be grabbing no paratroopers from the Rangers again real soon.
Constitution man, this is Dave, and I want to make a comment about the VA. I went to the VA hospital here in Dallas 20 years ago, and I received misdiagnosis and was treated like a piece of crap. I would never, ever set foot in a VA hospital again, and I'm a Vietnam vet just like you. I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw the building.
Well, they've asked me 8 times to come back, and I told them, no, I'm going to go to a professional facility. I'm not going to come back. I'm going to go to a serious medical clinic. I'm not going to screw around with you people. I end up getting hurt worse here than I do if I was in Vietnam.
I wouldn't trust them with a dog I hated.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I've had good experiences and I've had bad experiences. Now, when they cut me open, they took a tumor out, they got a foot of my bowels, and I mean, I was in a hurt. I was dying. I was literally dying. And the doctor told my driver, take him right to the hospital now. He's dying. I'm telling you, he isn't going to live another 2 hours if you don't get him to the hospital right away. And jokingly, I thought he was just joking. I said, well, I got one more client I got to get out of jail, and then I'll go to the hospital. He says, no, I'm telling your driver, I'm calling the hospital. You're going to be there in 10 minutes. I'm giving him exact instructions, the exact street routes. He's taking you there now. You're going. And I don't want to hear nothing. If I got to get the sheriff over here, I'll have you arrested and taken over there. You know, but I was ready to go get another guy out of jail. I'm taking this serious, but at the same time, I didn't take it that serious. And the doctor told me, you're damn lucky you came when you did or you'd have died. Because you had an infection in those bowels that was about to burst like a big appendix. And you would have damn sure died for sure. And so, you know, they took good care of me, and they couldn't, when I went in there, they couldn't even find my file. That's how pathetic it was. I had to give them my service number. Luckily, I got a good memory. I remember all that shit. And boom, I rattled it right off, so they knew it was me, and they knew, and then they couldn't find my file. And then I come out of the surgery. Well, to tell you how bad the PSD was, in the middle of surgery, I woke up on the operating table, and they were handling me rather gruffly, and I didn't particularly give them permission to do that. So I took the head doctor and the surgeon and dumped him right on his head at Suri Komigoshi. And he found out real quick, you jump on a Ranger, buddy, you better get your best stuff together. Them boys are trained real good. And I had to apologize to him later and tell him I'm terrible. They had to tie my hands to the table to finish the operation, you understand? So, yep, I got PSD. Okay, I'm sorry. Mea culpa, mea culpa. And if you jump me hard, I'm probably going to punch your lights out. But, you know, I mean, I got it. I'm not denying it. I know I got it, okay? So, you know, I'd appreciate it if you didn't test the theory, because that's how they trained us. They jumped us in the chow line. They jumped us in the potty. They jumped you everywhere, so that you got the idea that if you were walking down the trail and something jumped out and grabbed you, he'd definitely go for a ride, you see. So our people are trained very, very well to deal with this kind of stuff. And I even had a big leader at GM. He come up to me and he took a drawing and he poked it in my back like he was going to bayonet me, and I proceeded to take that drawing away from him, sidekick him on his brand new GM Dad's Club tie with a diamond pin, and sent him 2 boards over, and he laid upside down on a design board in the middle of a Chevrolet truck. And he says, remind me never to do that again. I says, yeah, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't do that, because you definitely hit a hot button there, and you're damn lucky I didn't kill you. You know, I really would appreciate it if you didn't test the theory of whether or not I got PSTD, because I got it. That he learned a valuable lesson, and the whole day he had to explain this big boot print on his beautiful white shirt with his red Dad's Club tie with his diamond pen. Boot print. And it used to be funny. Go pick on that little guy over there. No, I'm leaving him alone. That guy's crazy, you know. So I can tell you I've had my dealings with PSTD, okay? So it's ridiculous. People shouldn't test the theory of whether or not they can see if you're well trained. I'm telling you, the United States of America has the finest trained soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, Coast Guardsmen, nurses, doctors, and corpsmen in the world. We're the best. You can drop them guys anywhere night and day. They come back over and over and over again. And then they tell them, well, you thought you were dead. Yeah, well, go for it. We aren't dead. We aren't dead till we tell you we're dead, got it? We'll tell you when we're dead. That's what I told that stupid doctor when he told my nurse I wouldn't live the night. Don't tell my nurse I'm dying. I'll tell you when I'm dead. You got that? Now you better get that nurse back here. I don't care if you got to double her pay. You get her back here. That was the best nurse I ever had. But she went out of there in tears thinking I was dying and she didn't want me to die. So she wasn't going to come back tomorrow. I grabbed that doctor the riot act. You don't tell nobody I'm dying. I'll tell you when I'm dying. Got it? Now, that's the attitude of our soldiers. We don't give up. We just don't do that.
Constitution Man?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to say there are a lot of bad things that happen at different VAs, and I know about a lot of them. But
there's a lot of good ones, too. There's a lot of good things that happen, too. And some good things have happened to me, and some bad things have happened to me. But you're right. I'm not going back. I mean, I'm not really keen on going back. But when I woke up, and then nurses and doctors were all standing around, there had to be 50 of the top doctors from that whole area, and they were all around my bed. And this was a couple of years ago on Veterans Day. And I looked at them, and I'm going, what's this, a convention? What's going on here? And then I looked for a second. I says, you found my file, didn't you? And they said, and tears running down their cheeks to me. I said, oh, you found all them letters from the president and all them medals and all that stuff, didn't you? Yeah, we found them. We just wanted to thank you personally for your service to your country. That's one of the few times that I got really thanked properly, you know?
Oh, gosh.
Anyway, can I answer the question I had?
Say again.
What?
Say again. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yep, we're still here, standing tall, looking good. Ought to be in Hollywood.
Okay, good. It's kind of a weird story, but I'm selling some property in another county, and I got a notice of lien in my county, but there's no lien against the property I'm selling, and no real lien anywhere, of course. And
well, it counts down at the Records and Deeds office most.
Pardon?
That's where it counts. It counts most at the Records and Deeds office because that's where they're going to challenge you from. If it's down at the Records and Deeds office, they won't let you sell the property. You can't transfer the property.
Yeah, there's there's no lien on the property at all, and the notice of lien is in my own county.
A notice of lien is not a lien within the meaning of the Internal Revenue Code. That's Odell versus United States and Aetna Life and Casualty versus United States. A mere notice of lien is not a lien within the meaning of the Internal Revenue Code. And if you ask Angela for the files, it's the Pastor Garth files, the 2 Pastor Garth letters, the smaller of the 2. It tells you the whole story on how to beat that. So we have a file that shows you exactly how to beat that.
Okay. Pastor Garth?
Pastor Garth.
Garth?
Garth. There's 2 letters. One's a 115-page letter that tells you there's no way you could have had a tax liability ever with the feds, so therefore there's no chance of you having a tax liability with the state because the state piggybacks the Fed, okay?
Right.
That proves that you don't have a tax liability, period, either federal or state. Then the second letter is the one that you do for tax liens and how to get them off your property.
And the second part of the question would be also that if I'm going back and trying to kind of transcribe everything you've said about liens and last 3 or 4 talk shows where you've talked about that, would that pretty much cover a lot of the other issues, the strategy and so forth?
Yes.
Okay.
And it allows you a remedy, too, because they have to honor it. And basically what they've got is a fraud going there, and that clerk has got her job on the line and her bond if she doesn't fix this. Because technically that notice of lien is not a lien within the meaning of the Internal Revenue Code, and that's the law. And on top of that, they're interposing it as it is a lien, because if you look at the real lien, the form number on the left-hand corner, upper left-hand corner is 668 small b. Okay? And the document they got in there on their file is form 668, capital W, capital W, small c, or it'll be capital Y, small c, okay, which is a mere notice of intent to lien. See, before you lien somebody, you have to give them a notice of intent to lien and give them a chance to fix it. And then if you give them 10 or 15 days or whatever, or 21 days to answer, and then they don't answer, then you have the right to lien. But if you don't do the notice first, you have denied them due process, so they can actually come back and sue you. So what they did is they took the notice of intent to lien, and they sent it down to the county seats, and the county seats took upon on themselves to realize, well, he's got an IRS lien. No, he doesn't. The IRS lien comes on a form 668, small b. And I sent you a copy of that too, Angela. But if you get Angela your email for me, and she can email it to me, I will turn around and email you these files that you need to beat the hell out of them on this, okay?
I appreciate that. Can I go back to the original discussion and make a quick comment?
Go ahead.
In all the teams that I've ever worked with at the VAs, I don't work at the VA anymore, but all the times that I worked with people that I worked with, we really tried to do the best and most professional job that we possibly could.
I think most of the people do. I really do. And they did for me. Just a few freaky things with some people that are just stupid, and I think you can find stupid people everywhere. It's just that when you walk in there and you have this feeling, I might not come out of here alive because some clown is playing stupid shit games, and I end up bleeding to death because I ripped my stitches because he wanted to have an entertainment program tonight. You know what I'm saying? You just got to wonder where their professional standards are. Like, are they in the shitter or what? Come on. I mean, you would never see anybody pull a stunt like that in a regular hospital. It just would not be done. So what would they just say? I think he was going to get away with it.
Then the better.
They got loose standards is the problem. And they hire idiots. And some of these idiots cause a lot of grievance to our veterans. That one sure caused me a lot of grievance. I had to go back in and get restitched up. They had to cut me open again and restitch me up again. So I ripped all my stitches. Because I'm up there playing, night century removal games with this fool. And if he lives to be 105, and if he's listening to me tonight, he ought to go to church this Sunday and say a special prayer because he's real lucky to be in the real world today, because he could have been dead real easy. It would have been a matter of a fraction of a second and his neck would have been broke. But he just doesn't realize how really lucky he was. But you don't grab on somebody like that at 4 o'clock in the morning in the dark of night. I mean, they're going to kill you, come on. What are you kidding me? I mean, he grabbed me around like he was taking me out as a night sentry, and I wasn't getting taken out, God knew. He found out real quick he really messed up bad, and he lost his job over the whole thing too. So.
But thanks for your service, and thanks for helping tonight. Appreciate it.
And I don't mean to rattle on sometimes. I just get wound up on issues, and I just would like President Obama to get real here and realize, hey man, you promised to the world the first day you were in office you were bringing the troops home. What happened, sir? Your word ain't worth spit.
And I'm tired of having to send over soldiers to fight for corporation profits.
Exactly. And oil. Nothing but baloney. And let's not forget they bring a lot of that powdered stuff home, too, They like to keep in the area where the biggest production of that powder is in the world. Have you ever noticed that? Vietnam, Golden Triangle, Afghanistan, So we're not, again, I'm trying to tell them, we're not stupid people. We're really not. We're pretty smart fellows. We did figure it out. Probably be a real good idea if you got real honest, Mr. Obama, if you just really realized that, people will judge you by your words. And if your word ain't worth shizing, guess what? To us, you're not worth shizing. And your chances of getting reelected are somewhere between slim and 0 and none. Because if you don't fix all this stuff real quick, we're voting you out, for sure. And I don't know who we're going to put in, but it's going to be somebody who's going to keep their word. Because we ain't going to have somebody that don't keep their word. Plus, you need to understand, if you want respect around the world, you got to get known for keeping your word. Because if you don't keep your word, nobody respects you. So why should they respect the United States of America when they got some schmuck sitting in the president's office who doesn't keep his word? They don't. They don't respect you, sir. I don't care if the guy in office is white, brown, green, yellow, or red. It doesn't matter the color. What matters is the person has character, that he keeps his word of honor. And when he says stuff, he means it, and he says what he means, and he means what he says, and he gets it done. It isn't just a bunch of bullshitting. We need our troops to come home, sir. We need them to come home. They need to be with their families where they're loved dearly, and they need to get their life together, get their wives and mothers of their children and programming done here, get a good job, get an education, get their life and get a house bought, and become an active member of their community and their church and their core group of their fellow citizens. Okay. And this idea of running around the world, being the world's policeman, and they don't even thank you when you're done, you know what I'm saying? This is dumber than a rock. They should be paying us for being there to protect their ass. But technically, they don't even want us there. We are an intrusion on their 3,000-year-old century lifestyle. They don't want us there. We are interrupting their life. And the bottom line is, we need to understand that we cannot be the world's policeman. We got to let some of these other countries try and take on the task for a while. We've carried the ball for the better part of over 100 years now, and this is absolutely ridiculous. World War I, World War II, Korea, all these, Vietnam, all these wars, Afghanistan, Iraq. This is nuts. And now our guys come home all shot to pieces, and then they want to throw garbage at them, This is absolutely obscene. I actually thought the ones that came home through the hospital program came home better than we did, because at least they got treated like regular, decent American citizens, where we came home, they treated us like we were scum of the earth, So this is bad. This is bad. This is not good. And I'll be honest with you, them hippies learned a valuable lesson there in that San Francisco airport, because they got their ass whooped bad. They damn sure learned. Don't be messing with them paratroopers. Them people are nuts. They will mess you up, buddy. Big time. You walk up to one of them guys, call him a baby goat, spit in his face, and watch how fast your teeth come apart. It won't even be a second and you'll be feeling your teeth in the back of your throat because they're just going to clean your clock right now. We've been fighting all this time. We're going to come home and all of a sudden forget. We're fighters. That's what we do. Now spit in my face again and watch how fast your teeth come upside down. You know, I mean, it's malarkey. Well, then after that, they heard about my exploits all the way to Fort Benning. So when I checked back into Fort Benning, I had to go to anger management school because what do you got against hippies? Oh, just about everything. You can just put a list down there. I'll sign it. You know, they run away from their country. They run away from their duty. They abandon ship, you know, under fire. They basically don't want to do nothing. They basically return little or nothing to society but a pain in the ass. They spit on people for nothing when doing good job, good work, and what have you. Basically, I just don't really care for them. You know?
I no disagreement.
So that's where I'm at, and it's not that I don't care for a movement of people that just want to be free. That's not the point. The point is, we did our duty to God and country. You should have respected that. And see, if you want respect, you got to give respect, you see. And when you don't give respect, don't expect respect back. So if you're going to go and disrespect somebody after what the fine job they did and all this stuff, you know, and I was a highly decorated veteran. I mean, to have somebody come up and spit on me, I mean, give me a break, man. I served my country with great distinction. I'm among the top 25 decorated veterans in the history of the entire war. The guy who was the 25th was my partner, and he just died of Agent Orange cancer 2 years ago, September. And when Carl Levin, the chief senator, came from Michigan at his funeral to talk part of the eulogy, they told what a great soldier Sergeant Rudolph Koshius Jr. was. He was a phenomenal soldier. He was the 25th highest decorated Vietnam veteran in the history of the war, and I had more medals than he did. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, these guys deserve to be treated with great dignity. And when they go to the Veterans Hospital, of course, after I did that to that nurse and like to rip his head off, then they had to have 3 shrinks come down and check and see if my bolts were in tight. And they were not going to let me leave the hospital because they had a vision that I was some kind of a psychotic. And I told that doctor, I said, I'll tell you right now, you're damn right. I'm trained by the best psychiatrists in the world to be a psychotic. Yes, sir. And when the enemy is at the gates, they love me. But all of a sudden, when it's peacetime, they want to put me on a glass case marked break only in time of war, you know?
What they do.
So, you know, they train the best fight soldiers in the world. And, of course, you're going to call them psychotic because that's your terminology. But the pure fact of the matter is if you push their hot button, plan on getting your nose broke because that's what they're going to do.
One thing I never did, I never called any of them psychotic.
They're not psychotic. They're just well-trained soldiers.
That's right. That's exactly what they were, and that's what I knew as well, that I'm one of those weird PhDs.
Yeah, well, the bottom line is they need to understand we're hurting now. We need help. We're here in this hospital because we're hurting. Now, can you help us or not? And if you can, fine. But if you can't, then just tell us. We'll go find somebody who can, okay? The reality here is, though, we're not happy about being here. I was there on literally Veterans Weekend. I was in the hospital. They had worked on me all night in surgery till almost 5 o'clock in the morning, you know, on Veterans Memorial Day hospital time. I mean, I was there at that time. In my wildest dreams, I just never counted on being treated that discourteously or that undignified. But they found out, don't mess with that paratrooper. That sucker is bad to the bone, bad to the bone. You jump on him, you're going to get your teeth broke, that's for sure, because that guy will swing at the drop of a hat. On my playground, there was none of this, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. You might have heard one oh, yeah, but shortly after that, you heard teeth crunching. So, and Vietnam just took me a little bit farther down that road, you know what I'm saying? So if the guy's going to press the theory of jumping in at 4 o'clock in the morning and trying to choke me down, he's screwed up bad, very bad, very bad. He almost got himself killed. But anyway, to make a long story short, we're fighting tooth and nail to try and make sure every little person gets their day. I'm absolutely overwhelmed doing that right now. We've just got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in dire need. We're trying to catch all of them as fast as we can. And Reggie, I didn't forget you, buddy. I will be to you tomorrow. Hang loose, you know. Hang loose. But the bottom line is I'm a little tired today. This is probably my 16th hour today, just doing this stuff all down the court and in court. We've been to meeting down in Ohio and back, and on the show here doing this stuff, and we're trying to get the word out everywhere. But if you give us a little break here and just work with us, we'll make sure you get whatever data you need. We'll make sure you get the assistance you need. It just takes time. And remember, I put my pants on the same way you guys do, one leg at a time. I am not God. I do not have a magic twanger. And I know sometimes people think that I can just fix stuff just because I say I can. That's not necessarily true. It takes time to look over the case. It takes time to look at the facts. It takes time to come up with the data for the counter. It takes time to get you up to speed on being able to present that data. You understand? And at the same time, you know, we're having emergency after emergency after emergency. It was one day I did 14 foreclosure cases in 2 days, and I was getting guys out of jail till 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, yep, I had to miss a meeting for the Michigan Assembly, you know, even doing it. And I just told them, I said, look, I'm sorry, there's nothing I could have done. We had 14 foreclosure cases that day that we were keeping people from being thrown out of their physical houses, and I was getting guys out of jail till 4 o'clock in the morning, so I missed your meeting. I'm sorry, I fell asleep sitting up in the car. So we'll make it next month, though. We'll make sure we get it next month. But the bottom line is, you know, we're not quitting. We're just going to keep swinging. We're just going to keep coming. So I'm telling you fellows out there that have the ability to fix and change things, I'd really appreciate it if you'd start fixing and changing and putting it back the way the forefathers wanted. And if we all came to that same place at that same time in our minds and just agreed to do it, we'd brighten the corner where we are immediately, because everybody would be helping, and many hands make for light work. So what do you say, boys? You sitting up there in your high towers looking down and thumbing your nose at the rest of us, you need to understand you probably should come down and get your nose to the grindstone down here and let's start fixing this, because this is way out of line. And if you don't fix it, you're going to assume that you're going to get away with it. You're not. You're not going to get away with it. We already got you figured out. So you're not going to pull nothing. You're just going to delay the inevitable. And you don't want to go there, because God's got a real special hot seat warmed up for you. So you probably ought to just get it together, fix it, let's put it back, and try and see if we can't make this happen in our lifetime, let alone our grandchildren's lifetime, so that they don't got to go through all this ridiculous stuff. Make sense to you?
That's for sure.
Makes sense to me.
So is it okay if I go ahead and forward that through Angela for those
go ahead
files?
If you want, or get me an email, and I'll make sure you get it.
And
get me an email through her so we don't get you victimized by somebody trying to make you into a martyr so I get to watch you get screwed over. I don't want to go there.
And if I get those transcripts made, I could forward those to Angela, and if they look okay, maybe we could put those up.
All right, we'll see. We'll see anything, but I never shoot from the hip. You need to understand that. I always know exactly what I'm going to do, so I'm not going to shoot from the hip. So I'm not going to lower my standards or my quality programming. I want the time to look it over and then decide, okay?
Absolutely, of course.
Okay, because I don't do that, because that just puts people in a lurch. And then down the road, it's my fault. Well, you should have been more thorough. Well, you should have been higher standards. Well, you should have done it right the first time. My mother put that in my head many a time. If you don't have time to do it right first time, when are you going to have time to do it right the second time? Well, make sure the first time it's right. And believe me, I test the theory all the time, and the problem is I'm tired, and I got big hands, and these computers are too small. And I have all times I got to do things over 3 times sometimes because I'm tired, and my fingers are too small, and I'll hit 2 keys for the same one. And, you know, we want to make sure things look good. And you need to understand these old judges, they can't see. Everybody bitches at me typing big. Well, they don't understand. You look at these judges, their glasses are thicker than Coke bottles. They cannot see. How do I know? Because I got the same problem. Reading law books to all hours of the night has taken its toll on my eyes, too. So I'm trying to be kind to the judge so he can see it. So I type things big so that people can see it. Nobody's going to misconstrue and say, well, the typing was so small I couldn't read it. Most people type at an 8 to a 10 font or 11 font. I type at a 14 to a 16 font. I want them to be able to see the real good stuff in the brief, so I'll type big, and I get chastised for it all the time. they say, well, we think you're yelling at us, Constitution man. No, I'm not yelling. I'm just making sure the judge can read it with them thick Coke bottle glasses. Because I know I'm having a hard time reading that little tiny print. I have to carry a magnifying glass in my back pocket just to make sure if I can pull it out and flip it out. And, yeah, okay, that's what it says. Okay, I got it now. So this is a problem. We have a problem. We need to fix it. And I'm open to anybody who's got a good suggestion. I'll try and work with you. But we need to fix it. We definitely need to fix it because this is America, these United States of America, land of the free, home of the brave, all these fine soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, Coast Guardsmen, nurses, doctors, corpsmen have paid the maximum price so that we can have these United States of America and have the right to sit here and discuss this intelligently like adults without having to draw a sword on anybody. And the reality is we need to hold this very valuable, these fine soldiers, these fine young men and women. They come from everywhere USA with their shit grin and their hayseed mentality from the farm and their New York accent, and they come down there to these training facilities and they get molded into a fighting machine, lean fighting machine, and they go all over the earth and the god-awful places you could not believe, with all kind of poisonous snakes and booby traps and all this stuff, you know, and they try to do the best job they can to just help out, and then they come home and we don't take very good care of them, you see. And on top of that, they got all kind of medical problems, and they're in all kind of pain, and they're having all kind of medical stuff, and they're bleeding bad, and they're doing all this stuff, you know, and they wake up in the middle of the night with somebody stabbed them in the leg with a bayonet. You know, it's just bad, and we need to take care of these guys, and we need to make sure that they got the care that they need. And we also need to make sure that their families are secure, too, because a lot of these guys don't want to be a burden. I used to tell people, you think I'm kidding, the guys would make a deal with their buddy. Don't let me go home all jacked up, man. If I'm really bad jacked up, you finish me, you hear me? They'd make a deal. Make sure now, you promise me now. Don't let me go home like that guy Jackson last week. My face all shot off, my legs off, and all this stuff. Because I'll just be a burden to my family, and I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's really heart-wrenching when you see, you know, a buddy pull out his 45 and finish his partner because he knows that he's going home and they had a deal, you see. You're not going to let me go home all jacked up. Don't let me go home all jacked up. My mama, it'll kill her. You know what I'm saying? I said, well, do you ever think it'll kill her if you go home dead? No, but it won't be as bad as if she has to watch me rot day after day in some wheelchair or something. You know.
One of the finest veterans I ever knew, finest gentleman I ever knew, was a fellow who was with the Artillery Corps in North Africa and captured by Rommel in the very first battle that they had when they were beaten so badly. He spent the remainder of the year in the original and the real Stalag 13.
Wow.
And even to the day that I knew him, if there was a loud noise, he'd still be right on the floor.
Oh, yeah. I did that right in the middle of Chevrolet truck engineering. They were putting a new hoist in. They established a new hoist, and they brought the jackhammer in on the floor, and it sounded exactly like an M60 going off. And I'm telling you, white shirt and tie, the whole 9 yards, 200 engineers in this room, all leaning over boards, drawing the most finest, beautiful trucks you ever saw in the world. And all of a sudden I heard, and on the floor, flat on the floor, and I'm looking up, and all these guys are looking, and they just busted out laughing. They thought that was fire in hell. They didn't understand that I actually thought we were being fired on.
That's right.
And I was getting down because I figured the bullets were going right over the top of my head because that's about how close it was. And so I'm casually looking up over the board, over the design board, and I'm looking up over the board, and I'm looking to see if it's safe. Did they quit shooting, and where was the smoke from the bushes, and who's got a line on them, and who's covering my flanks, you know. And I mean, it just gets to be that instinctive, and it's like the old Sarge says, you want to leave this country alive, you better get a little paranoia going. You got that? You wear that steel pod. You don't smoke on guard duty, you got me? They'll find a bullet right in your forehead, man. They'll make a new tailpipe out of your forehead, you know. Put you a new hole right in your head. You can go home to mom with 2 holes, front and back, Yeah, you wear your flak jacket, you do your best, you watch yourself, you don't sleep on guard, keep your stuff together, Make sure you tape down all your stuff that makes any noise, You just got to use good judgment. And if you want to leave here alive, you'll just do it, and don't give me no bull. I don't want to hear I don't want to tell you all the time, keep your steel pot on, dummy. Somebody's going to park a new hole in your forehead. So, it's a lot of things, and our fine soldiers are trained by these fine soldiers that are incredible people. I mean, just incredible. I mean, you look at their ages, and they go running down the road with them 19-year-old kids every day. Them old sergeants are bad to the bone. You punch them, they just look and grin at, that's the best you got, boy? And then they hit you, and you go upside down to the moon, Alice. They are just bad dudes. You look at your guy, Clint Eastwood plays in that movie, Heartbreak Ridge. I mean, I had a sergeant exactly like that. We called him Hercules Livingston. First day in the Army, he punched me in my chest, And you just didn't punch on me. I come from the ghetto, in Detroit City. And he was punching these guys and going around and punching them. And what he was doing is he was just testing us to see who would stand up for themselves. So when he got to me and he punched me, I hauled off and cold-cocked him. And he just got the biggest shit grin on his face, and he said, where are you from, boy? And I said, Detroit City, Lower East Side. Maybe you heard of us. We brought you the 1967 riots, and this was just now getting to be 1968, you see. And the 173rd Airborne came from Fort Campbell, Kentucky to shut down the riot in Detroit back in 1967. So it was like, we brought you the 1967 riots. Maybe you heard of us. And he goes, yes, you'll do fine. And he turns around and he says, gentlemen, I want you to meet your new squad leader. And if he tells you to do something, just kind of pretend like it comes from me because it does. Got it? He just wanted somebody who would stand up for themselves, that wouldn't be pushed around or bullied, you know what I'm saying? And the way he figured if he picked a squad leader who was a wimp or a mousy guy, he just wouldn't get shit done. So he went around and he tested the old-fashioned way. He punched us to see if we'd defend ourselves, And he found out. I defend myself. Boy, he got cold-cocked right now, but I didn't even scratch his paint or just piss him off. He just grinned. That the best you got, boy? I said, you want to see it again? I was ready. That's the way you got to be. You got to be ready. So the bottom line here is I want our people to reach out and send messages to their congressmen and their people in charge and let them understand, okay, it was a great gag, but the bottom line is we want it to end, and we want you to start putting it back the way the forefathers originally intended. We want our country back. This is these United States of America. We want it back the way the forefathers wanted, and we want our rights honored, and we want the country to get put back to work, and we want our troops to come home where they belong with their families and their loved ones and their wives and mothers and fathers and kids and grandkids and whatever have you. And we need to have these old soldiers, especially the Heartbreak Ridge types like Clint Eastwood played, and there are a lot of them there to understand that they will be cared for in their old age. They're not going to be just turned out on the street and hope they find an overpass or a bridge abutment to sleep under, I actually had a veteran friend of mine go out and just sit under a tree, and I said, what are you doing? He says, I'm waiting to die. I says, what? I said, I don't even want to hear that crap. Here, you want some of my coffee? And I give him some of my coffee, and I says, I hear they got real good soup. When we go into lunch, it's going to be good soup. Let's see, that cook is pretty good, So then I learned at hunt camp it's better to be the cook because you can make sure some of these guys get, the best of the best and what have you. So I'm the cook. So if I don't make it to hunt camp, they cry because I'm a real good cook. And so, sometimes when people get a little low on their food chain or their food, they get their sugars go to nut city, and they start having bipolar problems, you know what I mean? And they just getting them a good meal and settling them down, and they just mellow right out and get back to. But there are some guys that would just go and sit under a tree and wait to die. And they actually go hunting with that specific purpose, to just sit under a tree, and then maybe the good Lord will take them where they can be in God's country where everything is fresh and green. And they got their best hunting rifle there, and they got their best dog Spot. Good puppy, such a good boy, yeah, you know. And they just, like the Indians do. The Indians, in the old days, the old men, when they got ready to die, they would just go sit out on the cliff someplace or under a tree someplace and say their goodbye prayer and call the Great Spirit and go back to the land.
Awful lot
and
of our
so
home veterans.
When you get guys like that, you just got to be a little careful. And oh no, come on, we got chicken soup for lunch, man. We got to go back in for lunch, dude. You know, that's that special chicken soup that Rowdy likes to make. You know, yeah, okay, we could go in for that. Okay, all right.
Did you hear about the arrested in the park? Arrested for feeding some of the homeless in a park.
Yeah. They'll arrest you for feeding the cats, too. They arrest you for anything. This country is so into the prison systems. They make big money on these prison systems. And, boy, they got to arrest everybody. And when they arrest me, they learn real quick, oh, you shouldn't have done that. The last jail I got out of, the sheriff told me, please don't ever come back here. We don't want you back. I said, I ain't never coming back here. This is a terrible hotel. I said, first of all, you ain't got no dancing girls. Second of all, you ain't got no bar. Third of all, I don't know how you got your rating. It has to be below 3-star, you know. And knife and fork, you don't even serve real food here. You got to eat that junk out of the commissary to even eat. I says, and I file a complaint every day. Every day I file a complaint against you guys for some damn thing you violated the prisoner's rights or something. I said, that's what we mean. We don't want you back here, Pops. Don't go back here. And then I'm getting everybody out. You're not an attorney, Pops. If I catch you helping somebody, I'm going to throw you in the hole. Well, you ain't going to touch me, first of all. Well, if I do, I'll throw you in the hole. Okay. All right. We've been BSing too long here. We want some questions. Let's get some questions in here because I'm not happy unless I'm answering questions and getting things done. Otherwise, I got to do like the doc says. I got to listen to the doc. He says, you got to rest a little, you got to work a little, you got to rest a little. So you've been working too hard, now you rest a little. You don't start resting, I'm going to box your ears. You got it? Or he'll tell me, if you get out of bed, you get the magic shot. You get my nurses on his shit, you get the magic shot. You call them guys up from Harvard Law School and talk to Alan Dershowitz and get him wound up, you get the magic shot. You got that? I'm laying in bed, and these guys got on the Mark Scott program, which is a big similar program to what you're running here tonight, in Detroit, and it reaches millions of people every day. And so we got Alan Dershowitz on, and they started talking about motions and limiting and whether or not that was a denial of due process. Well, I just had to call from my hospital bed and let him know, damn right it's a denial of due process. I have a right to enter my lawful grievances all the way, and my right to present my case in chief. That's Haynes v. Kerner, 404 U.S. 519. A late commence to go at it. And when the doc came in that morning to fill out his charts and stuff, he goes, well, on the way to work today, I heard the Graves program. I was on that guy, Mark Scott's name over there on WXYZ radio. Yeah, they had this dean of Harvard Law, and this guy called in and just wiped the floor with him. It was just, you would have loved it. It would have been right up your, you would have loved it, you know. This nurse comes in, she's got the blood pressure thing on my arm, and the next thing I see is this needle come out and right in my IV, and I didn't wake up for 2 days. And he goes, well, that's the magic shot. You get out of bed, you get the magic shot. You get my nurses on the ship, you get the magic shot. You get on that program with the Alan Dershowitz guys doing all that constitutional stuff, you get the magic shot. Got it? I'm trying to save their life, Sonny. Now, I only got so many miracles per customer, and we're over. Got it? So these are things that have happened in my short little life that bring sometimes tears and humor to me at the same time. You know, so it's like you got to keep that blood pressure down or you start bleeding again. And, you know, you start bleeding again, we got to cut you open again. And then we got to cut you open again, you know, anytime you do something that's destructive, then we got to take something out, you know. Then we got to stitch you all up again. Then we got to worry about breaking your stitches again. You see all this? Now, you just got to stay calm as ice. And the nurse just gives me a wink, you know. But the bottom line, when the guy comes up to one of the head big guys who founded the We the People Act here movement in Michigan, comes up, big, tall Indian fellow. You know, I remember a big 6'3", the big white cowboy hat with a feather in it. wow, man, that's some nurse you got. She's got to be a gunnery sergeant in the Marine Corps. I said, as a matter of fact, she was a gunnery sergeant in the Marine Corps. Her daddy was a gunnery sergeant at Guadalcanal. He goes, oh, I'll bet she's a lot of fun at shot time. I says, well, why? What's the problem? She says, she told me that you were her favorite patient, and if I get your blood pressure up, she would personally break my face. And I believe her. She would do it. I'm telling you right now, she would do it. So I can tell you these kind of tales all night. We would just laugh, all night, but we wouldn't get nothing done. So do we got any questions out there? We're standing tall, looking good, ought to be in Hollywood. So if we got a question, let's do it. They went to bed.
I don't see Angela on the board.
She may have had to step away to take care of her son for a minute.
I have a question. Can you file an appeal on the same case twice if they've already determined that they didn't want to hear your appeal, your first appeal?
Constitution man may have won. I'm off to bed too.
Constitution man? Anybody out there? Hello? Hello? Hello, anybody out there? Hello.
it looks like everybody else is gone, so I'm sorry about that. I lost my connection. I'm going to go ahead and end the call. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry I missed it too. Okay. Well, I'm not going to keep the recording going, right? I mean, why bother? We are muted out, Angela. No, I don't see anyone on the phone except me. Oh, here. Rabbit Hole Central's on the phone still. I don't know. I lost my connection. I'm going to go ahead and end the recording. So, you guys can continue chatting, but I'm going to end the recording. All right. Bye.